EIT, if you could pull up the Spanish interpretation line, please. Thank you. And so we are providing translation services, as you just heard. If you are needing to hear this meeting in Spanish, well, for any language, we're asking all the panelists to go ahead and select for English, and all of our attendees to use the toolbar, look for that globe, and select for either Spanish, or unfortunately, the word is French for Farsi. That's a Zoom toolbar matter. But if for any reason you don't see this globe on your toolbar, please call this number for Spanish interpretation. That's area code 727-731-1872. Now, if EIT, if you could screen share for the Farsi telephone number, please. Thank you. If you need to participate in this meeting and you don't have the toolbar that says French, please call this number, area code 605-313-4185. The access code when you call that number is 295-492#. Now, if you do have to use a phone number for Spanish or Farsi, you're going to need to use two devices, a telephone and your computer. We're asking that you'll mute out your computer to avoid feedback into the meeting. As well, we unfortunately will not be able to assist you with any technical difficulties during the course of the meeting, so we thank you for your understanding. I'm going to ask the interpreters to please communicate in the language. Señora Quesada, por favor, en español. Thank you. And Ms. Jackman, if you will communicate for Farsi. And Ms. Jackman, you'll need to switch over to the English side of the toolbar.
Can you hear me?
Does that you have you unmuted? Ms. Jackman? Yes, so if you would please communicate what we just spoke about the telephone number in Farsi, please. Thank you. Board President, Dr. Okinda, you have the floor.
Thank you. Item B2, board roll call. Ms. Rodriguez.
Okay, great. Thank you. Trustee Chaparro?
Present.
Trustee Prada?
Here.
Clerk Buffette?
Here.
Vice President Rowden?
Here.
Thank you. And I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the student board members that are here tonight. Julian Uribe from Tennyson High School and Calvin Yang from Hayward High School.
Thank you. And I'll also just take the opportunity to say that I'm here, obviously.
I beg your pardon.
That's okay.
Board President
okay.
Dr. Okinda.
No worries. Okay. And welcome again to our student board members. Really thankful that you're here with us tonight and can participate in this conversation. B3, our land acknowledgement. Dr. Davies.
Good evening. The land acknowledgement for this evening. The Hayward Unified School Board respectfully acknowledges the original peoples of the land on which our campuses are built. For thousands of years and hundreds of generations, the Choqueño people actively stewarded these lands to ensure they provided for all living things. This land on which our district was established was and continues to be of significance to the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. Today, we acknowledge the impact that colonization had on the Choqueño Muwekma Nation and recognize our responsibility to help them heal from this history and secure a sustainable future. And thank you for allowing me to do the land acknowledgement tonight. I also would like to appreciate the students from Bret Harte Middle School who presented their Native American Heritage Month unit to us last meeting, and they do appreciate seeing the red hands of their Red Hand project that they shared at the last meeting. They appreciate the Board of Education members posting the hands and supporting the project. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Davies, and thank you again to the students at Bret Harte Middle School. B4, announcement and call for public speaking. We will not have general public comments this evening because this is a special board meeting. We can only hear from the public on the matter on the agenda tonight. Speakers are typically permitted 2 minutes for speaking time in a period not greater than 20 minutes to permit public comments for items that, again, are appearing on tonight's agenda only. Please wait for the board president to ask for speakers. When it is time, you can virtually raise your hand if you're attending online via Zoom. If you are attending by having called a Zoom telephone number, please press *9 to let Ms. Rodriguez know that you wish to speak. If you are attending by having called the Spanish telephone line, please let the interpreter know that you wish to speak and she will raise her virtual hand on your behalf. When called upon to speak, please state your name. Reminder, because some of our viewers are watching this meeting online on YouTube, there is a 25-second delay. When we call for public speaking, board members and cabinet, please expect that delay in responses from the public. Trustee Buffette, would you please read to us the rules on public speaking?
The agenda for every regular board meeting provides an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the board on any item of interest, providing the subject matter is within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comments are welcome. However, the board is prohibited by law from having a discussion with the speaker during this segment of the meeting. Board members may only respond briefly, refer an item to staff, or ask clarifying questions. Speaker requests on any agenda item will not be accepted after the item is opened or discussion by the board. Individual speakers shall be allowed one single appearance per agenda item to address the board. In keeping with board governance and policies, we have asked that speakers be muted and time discontinued if their commentary does not adhere to the rules within our board policies, including staying on the topic of the agenda item being presented. If you hear that a speaker has spoken essentially on the same issue, please consider limiting your agreement to a simple affirmative statement that can be recorded and waiving the balance of speaking time. This will preserve more time for others in the audience to speak. For each speaker, 2 minutes of speaking time is allowed. Speaker time cannot be waived for another speaker. Disrespectful and personal comments are not permitted and may cause your speaking time to be discontinued.
Thank you, Clerk Buffette. We'll move to item C, action items. The 6-step procedural order we will follow for the action item is as follows: staff presentation, board questions, public speakers, call for the motion and second, board deliberation on the motion, and finally a board vote. So this evening, again, because we are in a special meeting, we have only one item on tonight's agenda. That's C1, Operational Sustainability Plan, recommendations for school closures and changes to boundaries and programs. We'll begin with a staff presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Akenda. And yes, tonight we will be presenting information about this item. This is our first time talking about it at a board meeting since our November 27th special workshop. So we're going to spend a bit of time presenting the background on this and and what we're recommending, and then we'll turn it over to the board for questions and public comment. And so if you go to the next slide, please. I want to start here today by actually going back several years to help us understand how we got here. The last time the district talked about school closures was in 2005. And at that time, the district was also facing declining enrollment and learned that there would be a steady decline in the future. So the board voted to close some schools, but not all the school closures materialized. And at the time the decision was made, there was hope that the enrollment decline that was expected would possibly turn around. Unfortunately, it did not. So fast forward 15 years, almost 15 years later to 2019. And at that time, we were working on our first strategic plan for the district in 15 years. And I'm really proud of that strategic plan because it was the result of a collaborative effort of a representative stakeholder group where we really dug into the systemic issues we face and brought forward goals to address those issues. And our mission that grew out of that was to draw from our community's rich diversity in order to create an engaging and equitable educational experience delivered in a safe and supportive environment. And that is a key part of our mission, that all of our students are able to go to school in a safe and supportive environment. So one major focus area of our strategic plan is operational sustainability. And we've been talking about that for the past couple of years. If you go to the next slide, you'll be reminded that in December of 2019, the board directed staff to bring forward recommendations for boundary changes, program expansions, and school closures. And so we started going through a process to develop those beginning in January of 2020. We brought together a school usage design team that had different stakeholder representatives to help develop the criteria that the district would use to inform its recommendation. I do want to be clear again that that team was an advisory committee and they weren't asked to bring forward the recommendations. District leadership has brought them forward. So we started that process in January of 2020, but like everything else, it was disrupted by COVID. And so we put it on hold for a bit and it resumed again earlier this year. In July of 2020, we had an operational sustainability workshop with this current board, and you all confirmed your desire for us to bring forward recommendations that addressed our long-term challenges. And so in the beginning of October, we brought forward those recommendations to share with the public and embarked on the next phase of this process, getting community input. The budget, enrollment, and facilities data had given us a lot of critical information to inform our data-driven initial proposal, but we needed to hear from our stakeholders to help us better understand how to refine the recommendations to meet our community needs. And so just to hear a bit more about the challenges that this proposal is addressing, as well as what we heard from the community, I'd like to turn it over first to Alan Gard, our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, and then Dionisio Ramos, our Public Information Officer.
Thank you, Dr. Wayne. So if we turn to the next slide. So our community is committed to education, and that's been reflected by the time, their engagement, and also reflected financially as they've approved tax measures to tax themselves with parcel taxes and bond measures. But we cannot responsibly ask our community for $900 million to improve our facilities when we do not have the number of students to require it. 27 of our 37 properties are over 60 years old, requiring many basic and essential but costly repairs. If we turn to the next slide. And so what does it mean to right-size our district? So we can improve the learning environment for all of our students by focusing our efforts. Currently, we have enough space across the district to teach all of New Haven Unified in addition to our own. Implementing the operational sustainability recommendations means we prioritize having students in improved learning environments, and we have the space to do that. Turn to the next slide. Our enrollment has declined by 25% over the past 20 years. I'm going to just read an excerpt from a study that was developed for the district. In this study, it says, one significant trend affecting HUSD's enrollment is an apparent exodus of children from the district. And it noted 5 reasons: gentrification, increased housing prices, larger families leaving Hayward, decline in births, and new housing generating less students. Now, this sounds like a very current demographic study, but this was the study that was developed for the district in 2005. And so despite this data, the district assumed and really hoped for flat enrollment. If we turn to the next slide, our current demographer is continuing to project declines in enrollment. And this is reiterated by the state's own projections over the next 10 years, focusing on LA and the Bay Area being hardest hit. And so in this article that's referenced, it's the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, which is the agency that the state calls upon when school districts are in distress, said that districts need to take decisive action. The earlier, the better. And the depth of the pain felt relates to how much time you wait to address changing circumstances. And so our enrollment declines do not just mean empty seats, but it also means less funding that impacts our ability to provide ongoing services for our students and staff. And so if we turn to the next slide, because of the declines in enrollment that we've been experiencing, we've had to continually review and reprioritize our budget each of the last 5 years, impacting the services that we provide to our students and staff. Next year, due to the hold harmless provision expiring, we will lose funding for nearly 2,000 students, which is reflected in this green bar significantly falling below the red bar for 22-23. And so if we turn to the next slide, we've shared an initial set of recommendations based on data such as the criteria established by the school usage design team, student enrollment and transfers, building utilization, geographic location of property related to other schools, potential alternative uses, and the availability of schools offering students improved experiences. And so to share with us the input that we've received, I'll turn it over to our Public Information Officer, Dionisio Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Gard. We really strive to have a lot of different ways for the community to be able to provide feedback. And so I think many of you participated in one or more of the 5 town hall meetings that we held. We had the opportunity for people to speak, to enter their questions into the Q&A. We had a community survey that was open for the community to complete, and we saw people completing that in English and in Spanish. There was an email dedicated for families and staff to be able to ask questions or give additional feedback. And then we had a significant amount of school-specific meetings for staff and community at the impacted sites. And regardless of how you participated, we aim to try and really capture all of the feedback. And I think linked to today's agenda and also available on the website, you'll see that we were able to synthesize the information from the survey and group it for easier consumption for the community. And then we also just have raw notes from the community that you could access, and you could see what people said, whether they contributed in the chat or in different ways. We additionally had conversations with other community agencies like Rotary, the Chamber of Commerce. We spoke with realtors, and this was an agenda item on the HLAC joint agency meeting, which is held between HUSD, HARD, and the city of Hayward. Next slide, please. So some of the really important takeaways from this, if you participated in any of the meetings, you clearly heard there is opposition to school closures from people that feel really strongly about their school community. But what we also saw in the feedback is a real understanding from the community that the district does face significant challenges and that something has to happen to address those challenges. And finally, another big takeaway, that there were real concerns with a number of parts of the initial recommendations. And if we go to the next slide, we can break down what some of those main concerns were. And these are taken from all of the feedback that I mentioned we collected. There was a concern around timing, how this would impact students and families while we're still dealing with the pandemic, the disproportionate impact on South Hayward and the unique community that we serve in that area, the process that this went through and the desire for even greater community engagement, the impact on school communities and what that would do to those communities. There were also concerns about transportation and traffic, how that would impact all of the school communities, not just those on the list of proposed closures. And then year-round schools also had a real concern about how that unique program would be impacted with closures of those schools. We had a lot of ideas and suggestions that came out about alternative ways that we could deal with some of our challenges. And finally, a lot of questions around the capacity of the receiving schools, their ability to receive new students, and what these changes might mean for class sizes. And so with that, I'll turn it over back to Dr. Wayne to share a little bit how this information was incorporated into the revisions.
Great, thank you. And before Superintendent Dr. Wayne begins, we'll just ask the panelists to please slow your speaking down in order to facilitate easier translation. Thank you.
Thanks. So if you go to the next slide, you will see the changes we made from our initial recommendations after hearing the community input, while still keeping in mind our original criteria that informed the proposal we put out at the beginning of the month. And in particular, we heard the need to slow down and also to perhaps minimize the number of school closures that we move forward with. And so you can see we shifted from having 6 school closures in 2022-23 to only 2 school closures next year, and limiting our preschool moves to just the SIAC and HUB programs to putting them in our school sites. We reduced the number of schools from 8 to 4 and the number of property closures from 10 to 8. We also tried to minimize the impact on South Hayward by keeping Chavez Middle School there and then only identifying 2 elementary schools for closure. We also pulled back on the year-round elementary school closures so we can learn more about the interest in the program, and we only have 1 recommended now. And finally, by reducing the number of schools, that addresses the traffic and transportation issues because we'll only have students from 5 schools going to 21 schools, and we eliminated some of the particularly challenging, potentially challenging transportation and traffic issues. For example, by not having students from Chavez have to go across town to King, or by not having middle school students go down East Avenue, where we know there's traffic issues as well. So if you go to the next slide, the revised recommendations we're bringing to the board tonight have Bowman and Strobridge closing next year, and the SIAC and HUB preschool programs moving to the elementary sites. Next year, we also would not accept kindergarten and into kindergarten students into Glassbrook and 7th grade students into Ochoa. And then in 23-24, close those schools. Then in 24-25, you'll see we did update and wanted to make sure we included Bret Hart as a relocation by that point. We included them in our initial proposal because there is an urgency to address the challenges at that site with it being on the fault and our not being able to modernize it. And then also we heard the appreciation for having an alternative option for students in K-8 through the Faith Ringgold program, but maintaining that site is not feasible. So we moved that to be a relocation in 24-25. That's also when we would relocate Helen Turner and Brenkwitz. You go to the next slide, just to share a bit more about what we mean by that. For Brenkwitz, they would be relocated to the Ochoa campus, and we have an opportunity to work in partnership with Chabot to upgrade the facilities to serve that student population because they can also be served by Chabot. And for Helen Turner Preschool, we want to have those classrooms into our school sites to start early with our students in their elementary school. And as I mentioned, for Bret Harte and Faith Ringgold, we would relocate those programs. It also gives us some time to talk about alternative models for alternative education and middle school. So what we're asking is that you approve moving forward with these planned relocations so we can start planning, and we would bring forward an implementation plan for these no later than June 2023. And then lastly, I just want to note, if you go to the next slide, that these revised recommendations do mean there are issues that haven't been addressed, such as where Bret Harte and Faith Ringgold would be located. By having more schools, we need to figure out how to address those facility needs when we don't have the resources yet to do so, and understand the demand for year-round schools, as well as this plan addresses some of our budget issues, but we'll need to pursue other strategies to balance the budget. But it does provide time and space to go back to the community and develop solutions together to these challenges that are not yet addressed. So if you go to the next slide, I know we've been sharing for a while. The full presentation has a lot of information. We're just going to highlight 3 more points and then turn it back over to the board. And the remaining slides we can share as questions come out. We do want to talk about the opportunities at receiving schools, the questions about capacity and traffic and transportation. And with respect to the opportunity at receiving schools, I feel like we need to spend some time on this. We have talked a lot about our challenges and have tried to be very transparent about why we're making forward these recommendations. But it has limited our opportunity to talk about the opportunities that our students will have in going to new school communities, because it really is an opportunity. They will be joining amazing educational communities. And I'd like Dr. Davies to share just a few of these opportunities, as well as our plan to transition students and families into their new schools.
Great, thank you, Dr. Wayne. I would like to go to slide 19. And I would like to first highlight one of our elementary schools. And this is one of the elementary schools that I am very fortunate to be able to support and supervise for the last few years. So receiving schools are very special places as we make this transition. And I really would like to highlight some of the wonderful things that are in place at Cherryland that the students would be able to experience, as well as their family and the community at large. So with Cherryland, students are going to be welcomed to a brand new campus. The campus is a welcoming community school focused area. Students have the opportunity to engage in science, in math, and different opportunities that include some things that are grant funded, that include science, spelling bees, a drama club, math and reading nights for families to come and engage in learning activities. They also have an African-American family expo each and every year where they highlight student work, student performance, as well as other vendors and support staff that offer the community some of the resources that are needed. There is a fun and interactive library media center on the school site in the center of the school that generates interest in the love of reading and technology. The school is, again, community-based, so they do have lots of resources that support student social-emotional learning, as well as opportunities for students to have many of their needs met while they're in school. So with Cherryland, you're going to have an amazing new school, plus outdoor space where students can participate in full activities for physical education on 2 different sides of the campus. There are spaces for activity as well as a very new playground. So with Cherryland, families and students will transition to a very wide variety of activities and learning opportunities. And then I would like to highlight one of our middle schools, and that would be on slide 25. That would be Winton Middle School. And in my experience as an administrator in Hayward, I have to say that I have worked alongside Winton for lots and lots of years. And with that, students and families will be welcomed into Winton through most likely this amazing balloon arch of spirited cheerleaders and excited staff that are going to receive the new families and students with open arms and a full academic program. And when I say full academic program, Winton is another one of those spaces that focuses again on the whole child and really focuses on ensuring that students have a safe and a very fun and active experience while they're at this school. They have the opportunity to engage in many of the VAPA programs. They have a full music program, as well as drama, talent shows, the orchestra, the guitar classes, as well as college preparation classes of the AVID and the Puente. And once Winton finishes their modernization, they will be an amazing opportunity for students to come, be welcomed through those front doors into those 20 clubs of activity that go along with all of their other academic programs. So they will be able to engage in hiking and MECHA and their BSU and their dramas. So once students walk through those full doors, they'll have that embrace of the families, of the faculty, as well as the counselors who are just going to make sure that the students are welcomed with open arms. So those are the two schools I wanted to highlight. And then I also want to highlight the transition plan. We have been thinking and being very thoughtful as we move to slide 40, please. The transition plan, as we think about welcoming our students to their new schools, we have a focused approach thinking through the students having the opportunity to visit the school site, either virtually or in person, of course, offering a summer program. And for elementary, it might be part of our summer school program. And then for the middle schools, it would be our summer bridge opportunities that we offer each year, where the students have the opportunity to meet some of the faculty, go through some of the courses, have some of the experiences on campus, so they'll be able to get to know their new school, as well as parents and the community would be able to have coffee with the principal and learn more about the school, have orientations for the students and their families, so that they can learn more about all of the programs I shared earlier. And then they also will have the opportunity to experience some of the activities. And when you transition to your new school, you would have opportunities to also join some of the parent clubs and committees. So we want to make sure that parents and community members are clear that, we will open our arms to all of our programs, not just welcoming our students. So we do have a plan to make sure that there's a smooth transition with students and families being oriented to their new sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Davies. And yeah, it really two very special places that our families and students will be happy to attend. And so just two more points before we go to board questions. One is on capacity. And Mr. Gard, can you just speak briefly, because we know there's been questions about being able to have space for new students. And can you share the analysis we've done to demonstrate that there is indeed space for schools to welcome students from any school that is closed?
Sure. If we go to the next slide. So if we just first take a look at Bowman Elementary. So Bowman currently has an English program, while Harder and Tyrell also have a bilingual alternative program. If we just look at the capacity of Harder and Tyrell within the English program, we have more than enough space to incorporate Bowman with additional room for growth. And that's looking at our current students and matriculating them up to next year. And you'll see that in the total SEI of 679 versus a capacity of 732. And we also recognize that families from Bowen Elementary, they may want to stay in the year-round calendar. And so they'll have the ability to request a transfer to Eldridge Elementary.
Thank you. And then we know there's been concerns about the fact that if the schools close, how will that impact families being able to walk to school or be near their schools? And of course, if schools are closed, families who live really close to their school, there's going to be a shift. But with our new boundaries, what does it do to the walkability and to the distance families are from schools?
Sure. So if we go to slide 50, okay, thanks. implementing the recommendations create improved neighborhood schools. And currently, our demographer looked at students last year and looked at the number of students who live within 1 mile of the school of attendance, as well as 2 miles of their school of attendance, and compared it to the implementation of these recommendations. And so what you'll see is that for elementary, we have 61% and 84% live within their school of attendance. And those numbers increase to 72% and 96% based on their new resident school. Now, the chart on the right does not take into consideration student transfers, but by focusing in on improving our schools, we then anticipate that there would be less students who would be transferring because from the recommendations, many of the schools have a large portion of students that are transferring out.
Yeah, thank you. And so with that, if you can go to slide 54, we've received a lot of questions about transportation. And we know right now we transport 352 general education elementary students. Costs about $1,500 per student. Looking at the updated boundaries, we don't anticipate a significant increase in transportation requests. With the boundary changes, there'll be some schools that require less transportation. For example, we're changing the boundaries between Stonebrae and Harder, and so there'll be fewer kids who will need to take the bus up to Stonebrae. And we do know there'll be some other schools that may require more transportation, as Fairview will have a bigger zone in that attendance area, and that area is more spread out. We don't provide transportation to middle school students. And so while there might be a slight change, it's not going to have a significant impact on our budget. And then finally, Mr. Gard, if you could just speak briefly to the traffic, and then we'll turn it over to the board for questions.
Sure. So one of the concerns that we heard was around traffic, because there's already some sites that have concerns around the existing traffic at their schools during pickup and drop off. And so what we did was we worked with TJKM, which is a licensed traffic engineering firm that has completed over 130 traffic studies in Hayward and has deep knowledge of the traffic patterns that are experienced. And based on their expertise, these concerns are concerns that we're able to address.
Thank you. So if we go back to slide 17, as I shared, this full presentation and the attached report also provides a lot of detail around our budget, facility needs, as well as how our next steps with using the property and boundary changes. But we'll stop here. We know we presented a lot of information, but it's important because this is a major decision that impacts the future of Hayward and Hayward students for many years to come. So we wanted to make sure the board had the breadth of information necessary to make a thoughtful decision. So with that, we will close out our presentation and turn it over to the board for questions and comments, and we might come back to some of the slides if it has additional information you'd like to discuss or review.
Thank you, Dr. Wayne, to everyone for that presentation. We will go now following our procedural order to board member questions, and I will just remind the board that we'll have time to deliberate after this, so please do be mindful that what you are saying is a question. If you can just raise your hand electronically so you pop up to the top there, that would be helpful. Trustee Chaparro.
Mr. Gard, could you go back to slide 8? For the sake of, I believe it's slide 8. It's the HUSD budget 5-year perspective. I had an 8 on mine, so it might not be 8.
No, I think that's just slide 3. Can you go to slide 8?
Yes, slide 8.
There we go.
Yeah. Mr. Gard, for the sake of those of us who may be confused about what hold harmless means, can you explain to us why all of a sudden this budget has this massive gap between the red point and the green point in the year 22-23? Like, is that mismanagement? What is that?
Sure. So the state provides funding based off of the hire of current year versus prior year enrollment. Due to COVID, the state created what was called a hold harmless, so that school districts would be funded by 1920 enrollment, so prior to the pandemic. And so for 1920, 2021, and 21-22, we're funded based off of 1920 enrollment. That hold harmless provision expires, so next year we're losing funding for 2,000 students.
And so, yeah, this is an issue that's being faced by districts throughout the state. You might have seen on the news recently that the Board of Education for San Francisco was discussing how to address a $125 million shortfall. Oakland has been talking about a $58 million shortfall, and West Contra Costa, $30 million shortfall. So this is the challenge when enrollment drives the funding, and then the state is removing a safeguard that has been essential over the last couple of years.
So if the state hadn't been providing the safeguard, we'd already be working on these kinds of numbers financially.
Correct.
And then how long at this kind of a gap would it be before county supervision would step in and I don't know what the word is, support or recommend, or I don't know.
Sure. So at our October 27th board meeting, the Alameda County Office of Education did come to just provide context around their view of our finances. And there are concerns that the county has based on our ability to meet our obligations. And so what the County Office of Education has reiterated is that they value local control and local decision-making. And it's when local decision-making and local control does not occur that school districts aren't able to meet their obligations that are committed. And then there are actions that they are required to take in order to ensure that obligations are met.
So the next time the county reviews our budget is at what's called first interim in December. And as the associate superintendent said, she's expecting to see a more concrete plan than what we have right now, which is just a placeholder of reductions for 22-23. And then the next time we have to report is in March, when those concrete plans have to become identified as specific expenditures that we would be reducing to be able to meet our budget obligations.
So is it safe to say that we risk our district's autonomy if we don't move on this the way we're trying to move on it now?
That is correct.
Thank you. I have other questions, but Dr. Okenda, I'd like to kind of come back, I think, in case other people have budget questions. Maybe it's worth to stay on one topic versus bouncing around.
We can come back to you if you'd like, Trustee Chaparro.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Other questions? Okay, well, go ahead, Trustee Prada.
So my question is regarding the report that we got. It came in the recommendations report, and I went to the bottom to the background, and it says that according to the timeline, and I was looking at this, according to the timeline, half of the team broke off from the SUDT team because they disagreed with the proposal. Is that true? That a good number of people broke off from the SUDT?
Yeah, so in phase one of the school usage design team, we worked on identifying criteria to inform the recommendations. And then in phase two, we invited the team to return for phase two, where we said we would be sharing initial recommendations for the team to discuss, and then to help us as we move forward with presenting recommendations to the board. And so after bringing forward the recommendations, the initial recommendations to the school usage design team, there were conversations around both the role of the set in the recommendations, and are trying to make clear that with the community that it was not the set that made these recommendations, it was the district using the criteria that had been developed, as well as concerns with the recommendations themselves. And so, yes, some of the members of the set by the end had said that they wanted to, continue the conversation, but only when it's more clear about their role in the process, as well as revisiting the recommendations.
And do you feel, because for me, that's a red flag. Do you feel like something went wrong? Were there other alternatives given by the other members who broke off? Were those alternatives considered? Was the board given those alternatives? I'm just wondering, because there seems to be, this is what we're basing our decision on, and there seems to be a problem, disagreement, and we're only really hearing from those who are in agreement. So I just want to know, like, in your perspective, do you feel like something went wrong in the process?
Yeah, I mean, and we've heard a lot from people who disagree what we're bringing forward in the community meetings, and that's been shared here. I think in the process, I mean, in looking back, we can always, I think there's always opportunities to improve the communication so it's clear. Everybody's roles and responsibilities were clear, and just make sure that's highlighted, throughout the process. And then, but I think, again, the reason why the district brought forward the initial recommendations is, that's what we were tasked to do for the board. And we hadn't said up front that the school usage design team would need to make initial recommendations. As we said all along, that's, this is one of the most difficult conversations a district can have. So we thought, it's our responsibility as district leaders to get the conversation started, and then on what would be potential recommendations to address the challenges we've identified, and then have conversations with the team about them to get feedback to help revise them, and share any other input they might have in the process. So, I mean, I think so there was a request, again, like I said, for further clarity on their role, and to then not move forward with the recommendations until that happened. We had other school usage design team members who had, did analyze the community feedback and provided feedback on the recommendations. And our charge was to bring this forward for the board meeting today. So we were bringing forward recommendations that have been revised based on the community input, but are not the school usage design team's recommendations. They're district leaderships, but it was never intended to be the school usage design team recommendations.
So it's your recommendation and other leadership in the district that brought it forth.
So it's district leadership that brought forth these recommendations, correct?
Okay. I will pause for now and let someone else ask questions.
Any other board members who have questions?
I do not have questions. However, I just want to say thank you for bringing forth the presentation. A lot of work went into all of it, and I thank you for capsulizing it. A lot of this is information that I've already seen up to this point.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Rowden. Clerk Buffette, go ahead.
I think my biggest concern is definitely the student safety. Have we had anybody from our team physically walk any of the routes or the new school routes that some of these children may be facing with this change?
Mr. Gard, if you can speak about the work that's done with our demographer and for the walkability, and then I can speak also to this.
Sure. So the work from the demographer not only looked at each student residence and the distance to their neighborhood school, but then also pathways for students to attend that school. And so with that analysis, it identified that that there is an improvement in the number of students being able to attend their neighborhood school, both just in proximity of the mile or 2 miles to their school, but also in their ability to walk to the school. And then,
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, and then we'd also work with the Alameda County Transit Authority, who operates the Safe Routes to School program, to make further improvements and provide education for families around improve about ways to access their new school.
And so to your point, I mean, Davis Demographics is very familiar with Hayward. They worked with us for a long time, but we have heard like some specific routes of concern. So I particularly say from the Strobridge community, having to cross Foothill and then Mission to get over to Cherryland. Right now, we have students who go from the Cherryland area because of the way the boundary is to Strobridge, having to cross in that direction. So we know it happens. And then one that I actually checked out personally is from Bowman. There is a tunnel near Bowman that gets them to the other side to be able to go to Tyrell. And so I walked that route, just had heard concerns about the tunnel there. And it is, it's open, accessible. It was clean when I walked through it. And so then that's also where we do provide crossing guards and support for families coming to school, so we could be strategic as those hot spots are identified to make sure we're monitoring them and providing a safe route to schools for our students.
And then the other question I have is, with the sites that you put up for the proposal for closure. I would like some more kind of background on what really the plan is, post the closure of that site. I think, one thing I can emphasize is I live in a community where we had Bedwell, and, that site had become a blight for a short period of time. And it took until the community around it had to complain about it and get it addressed. What measures are we taking to proactively address those issues?
So if you could put up the presentation and go to slide 57, can you talk about the decisions, just briefly, Mr. Gard, explain what happens to properties, and then I'll talk on the next slide about our goals for that and specific opportunities that we have.
Sure. So any alternative use of property would need to go through what's called a 7-Eleven advisory committee, and this is outlined in the education code. And the last time a 7-Eleven committee was established for Hayward was in 2019, specific to the Bidwell property. And so it took from 2019 until now for so with the advisory committee, the committee worked with collecting input and then provided recommendations to the school board at the time around priorities on how to utilize that property. The top recommendation being parks and recreation. And so the board subsequently approved selling half of the property to the Hayward Area Recreation District. And from 2019 until now, HARD then collected input from the community to then outline development for a new Bidwell Park. And so this is what is being proposed now for HARD to implement, but it does take time to develop.
And so if you go to the next slide, so what we can't do tonight with how this process works for school districts is we can't say, board, if this school closes, we will do this with this property, because we need to go through that process that Alan said. But we don't want property sitting there vacant. Definitely do not want property, any requests for charter schools or other schools at these properties. And we have, different options for various properties. I can speak to some specifically named in the plan. So, for example, and we want to use those properties to bring in revenue, both one-time and ongoing revenue, to support the district. So we have, ideas to support community needs. So, for example, we use part of SIAC right now. We have a project with the Covenant House that the board approved to provide housing for unaccompanied immigrant youth, and the organization is interested in expanding that. And then in the Castro Valley area where Strobridge is, the HARD has said that they are targeting trying to develop parks in that area because it's considered for them a park poor area. And so we know there's interest in that area. And then like the Bowman area is one where we've talked with DCG Strategies. They're the one who helped us with Bidwell, that's an opportunity for teacher housing that could also possibly bring in revenue while supporting the community and staff. And so we can't say tonight, if you take this action, this is what will be done, because we need to go through that process. But we would prioritize moving on that, so we don't have a situation where property is sitting vacant for a long time, and again, either becomes a problem for the community or can be used by another organization, a charter school.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will go then. I have two questions, and then we'll circle back to the trustees who want to go for a second round here. One question that I have, I forget which slide it is, Mr. Gard, I'm sorry. It's the one where you talk about the $905 million still needed in site repairs.
Slide 3.
Potentially. Can you?
4?
Yes. So looking at this, can you just give us a little bit of perspective, because we have had several bonds, and we know that those were even part of a bond series. I believe we're coming up to planning for the 4th one of that series. So can you just give us a little bit of financial context? How much have those first 3 bonds provided? And then how many more bonds would we need to get this $905 million?
Sure. So the first 3 bond measures were Measure I in 2008, Measure L in 2014, and then Measure H in 2018. That provided a lot of funding to really address many issues that we had with rebuilding 5 schools, with making improvements to enhance our programs, such as athletic fields. We're going to begin soon on a performing arts center, and making a lot of improvements to the educational environment. What was identified in the 2005 plan was that there would be this 4 bond measures over 20 years, 4 years apart, to rebuild all of our schools. With that plan, what it turned out to be was that schools that needed to be rebuilt, that were identified as needing to be rebuilt in the early 2000s, then after 15 years of continued use, just became further needing further repairs. And so that's why the board in 2018 shifted the approach from rebuilding all of our properties to focusing on making infrastructure improvements as well as enhancements. And so that's what Measure H is currently doing, with replacing roofs and fire alarms and making security enhancements. But throughout this time, we've also experienced a large decline in enrollment that has questioned our need for all of the properties, for maintaining the number of properties that we have.
And then
go ahead, Dr. Winston.
Just one more quick comment on that. If you can go to slide 42. Just want to acknowledge this was a question that came up. We heard from a lot of community members, like, we don't need a brand new facility. We just need a functioning site. But that's not as easy as it might appear. And if you look in the facilities master plan, you'll see it's about $10 million just for basic repairs of issues at aging facilities. And, so the fire alarms and public address systems and the items listed here, the board had just approved the completion of the fire alarm and public address system project at Longwood, and that was $1 million. And so there's, so that $905 million, represents full, having all of our sites upgraded. But even if we just did minimal repairs, it's a significant amount of money for each of our aging facilities, and that doesn't even get to, getting in the kind of classroom upgrades we want for our students.
So to get to that 900 million goal, it would require several more bond measures, it sounds like, which could, over the course of several more years. Okay, thank you. And then my second question was related to, I'm sorry, again, I don't know which slide this was, but you were talking about the history and the timeline. And I know that previous boards had looked at the possibility of school closures. Can you just give us a little bit more background on that piece of the history? How often has this come forward, and then what were some of the concerns around it then?
Yeah,
I believe slide 6. Is this the slide?
Not necessarily.
I had talked about the background, and I think
Yes.
so. I'll share, and then,
Okay.
and then Mr. Gard, you can add more if I'm missing something. But I think it was in 2004-05 when they did a similar facility master plan update, saw the needs, and then identified schools for closures. They identified a number of schools and pulled back on some, including Glassbrook Elementary. And I think the thinking was that they were hoping that there wouldn't be the declining enrollment. So let's pull back on sites that the community is saying they want to preserve, to see if we could reverse that trend and not have to close the school. The challenge with that is twofold. Obviously, we weren't able to reverse that trend, but it also meant that we had another school open where we didn't have funding to invest in improving it, because we have the bond money, but those go to certain projects, and then our ongoing maintenance funds have been, particularly after 2008, have been very limited. And so we haven't had a chance to approve. And Glassbrook community has shared, they felt like this, it was intentional because they were slated to close, and, they didn't get the repairs that were needed. But really, any school that's not our bond school can say that. And we've heard many times, from schools such as Longwood and other schools, just how they're not being addressed in the way that they need to be. And so having fewer schools to address means we can bring forward those, use our resources more effectively. Really, it wasn't talked about again until about, I think it was 2017-18, where, and again, just after becoming superintendent, saw that there were these issues, and we talked about Bowman potentially closing and Strobridge bilingual program closing, and the board didn't want to take the action in isolation, and said, well, let's hold on those. Let's look at our strategic plan, and let's think, holistically, what are we trying to do as a district? And so those didn't proceed, and we did take steps to try to strengthen those programs. For example, for Strobridge, we heard concerns at the enrollment center, how our bilingual programs were being advertised, and how families, were able to sign up for it. So we changed that, but we haven't seen the change of enrollment in those programs. In fact, the last several years, we've had only 12 students in each kindergarten class. And so that's part of the reason why we brought forward such a comprehensive proposal, because it's now part of our strategic plan and not just isolated to one school or another. But it's not an easy conversation to have, and not one that a district wants to have every year.
Right. Okay. All right, Mr. Yang.
Yes. So I had a few questions. The first one was regards to the traffic slide. that I'm not sure the exact slide number, but the traffic slide. I know that on that slide it was mentioned that the traffic concerns could be addressed, and I know that Mr. Buffette touched on some of those pathways. I wanted to ask, like, sort of besides those crossing guards, if there were additional ways that are helping to reduce those traffic jams for cars and make sure that students are able to continue to get to school in a swift manner.
Yes, thank you, Calvin. And I know Hayward High is right on East Avenue that faces that. And Hayward High really needs a turnaround spot. But I think the report was attached to the board materials. And so our three main strategies they identified, actually beyond just the people monitoring the flow of traffic, was one, looking at the drop-off and pick up the start and end times of schools and staggering them and being more thoughtful about that. So right now, Hayward High and East Avenue start in 5 minutes apart. And so that makes things challenging. Two, to look at the drop-off and pickup places. And in the report, it identifies potential other spots for that, particularly for our elementary schools where families, more likely to bring their kids. And then three, looking at how our parking lots are used to better provide parking spaces as well as a flow of traffic. And so those are the three main approaches to that we would then put together some detailed plans to address the traffic issues at some of our schools.
So sort of will additional construction in terms of roads be considered, or is that something that the city would have to be involved with?
So for like Hayward turning around on East Avenue, the city would need to be involved in that. But the three strategies I just described are done with the district because they're on district property, right, Mr. Guard? Like we're talking about our parking lot, the drop off, like, how at Hayward High, like we actually changed the parking lot now with the STEAM building, how we made it, come in one way, come out another, like those kind of things we can do on our property without the city. We would need the city for something like if you're putting in a new stop sign or a U-turn. But the strategies I mentioned, we could control.
Okay. And then is there any elaboration on the impact of class sizes, given that the class sizes would be, supposed to be larger, right, if you have the same amount of classrooms in a greater populace?
Yeah, so so while we'll have more students at the schools, they'll be in classrooms that right now aren't currently utilized for classrooms. So our classroom limits will stay the same. So at elementary K3, it will be, it will be 24-1, and 4-6, it will be 31-1. That we won't exceed. And then, depending on the school, there will be some shifts. So I just mentioned, we have a small bilingual class in kindergarten right now at Strobridge. Cherryland has larger classes, not beyond our limits, but at the same time, Strobridge has combination classes after kindergarten throughout because they don't have enough students to maintain one full class. So we would, expect to see fewer combination classes there at Cherryland because there's more students are in the program, and we wouldn't need to combine grades. But no, the class sizes would stay the same even if more students are in the school.
Okay, makes sense. And then one final question: will the closure of these campuses completely address budgetary shortfalls in the long run, say 5 or 10 years?
So they won't. They won't address either our ongoing budget shortfalls or our facility, the facility shortfalls we have, but they will meaningfully help. And I think we do have in the materials, like if you go to slide, what slide is it, Mr. Guard? Do you know offhand? Slide 32. These are the projected savings from the first year. And so this means, $4 million in savings that then either help address the budget deficit, or if we get in more funding, allow us to invest funds in the areas that we've prioritized, like, maintaining our class sizes, some of the different areas like literacy work that we've been doing, anti-racism, anti-bias work in those areas. So it doesn't address everything. We're still going to need to reprioritize, but it does put us in a good direction.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I see Trustee Rowden, you have questions now. Did you
Yes.
change your mind? Okay, go ahead.
Just a question. Dr. Wayne, can you elaborate a little bit more on when we close facilities and we want to repurpose them? Just elaborate a little bit more. My point is that I don't want to invite additional charter schools into our school district. And so what's the plan to use some of the additional facilities so that that does not happen?
Yeah, and that has been an issue that contributed to our declining enrollment, because the district did open, I think 5 charter schools, but approved 5 charter schools between that 2005 period and 2013. Since then, we've been successful in denying a couple of charter school applications that have come forward, and then also with the new legislation from the state, they've made it much harder for charter schools to be approved, as well as gave us more flexibility about offering space. So if there is a charter school, we're required to offer some space, but again, we would want to move on some of the partnerships and opportunities that I described earlier, so that these aren't spaces that would be offered to charter schools. And so, we do not want, and would do everything in our power to prevent any charter school from moving into that space. Right now, our charter schools are pretty, well established in their space. I think we only have one new request so far this year for like a shift in space, correct, Mr. Gard? And that could be accommodated where other charter, with already the spaces we're using for charter school. We wouldn't use one of these schools we're talking about for that.
So you don't anticipate that we will have additional charter schools coming into our school district and wanting to use the spaces that we're about to close? We have purposes for the other spaces. For example, I know the adult school you're thinking about moving it to Ochoa, right?
Correct, right. And we have, we have, purposes, and again, we can't have approval yet for them. But when I talk about the fact that the Covenant House is interested in doing something, or Chabot is interested in doing something, they've already expressed that interest.
I just want you to express the fact that there is a plan for that.
Yes. Yeah. So again, based on that slide I had shared, we would pursue those really, two options: either working with local organizations like the Covenant House, HARD, or Chabot. And then we would also pursue opportunities that teacher housing, where we can get in revenue or serve our community to do that. We've had initial conversations with those who would be involved in that. We just can't go further until the board takes action.
Okay, thank you. We'll circle back now. I know 2 of our trustees had additional questions. So Trustee Chaparro.
Thank you. I think I have 2 more questions. My first one is, I'm concerned about bilingual ed and some of the efforts that I've seen at some of the schools that are on this list, although further down the line. A lot of work, a lot of skill, a lot of talent has been put into building communities where some of our new coming students that are of younger ages have had a lot of support. And I'm wondering if the schools where they may be going to, should this pass tonight, has either the same amount of support, or if we have some kind of plan down the line where the people who have built this amazing work will have some leeway to create that kind of work in the other spaces as the students arrive, or before the students even arrive.
Yes, and as I shared, a lot of community feedback around the impact to the South Hayward community, and that's why we pulled back on the Chavez proposal, knowing that they have the World House program. And while we thought it'd be nice for the World House to be in in a new building like King, we also recognize that the services that are provided there, are community-based, and so it's helpful to stay there. And so, in the Glassbrook community, for example, our Bowman community, the schools are going to Harder, Schaefer Park, and Tyrell, do have newcomer programs, and they have bilingual and they have newcomer students, and they have bilingual and dual language immersion programs. So for the newcomers who speak Spanish, there is support there. And then those schools do provide support to families. So, like, for example, Tyrell is currently a Hayward Promise neighborhood school, and Chinmu Fernandez is not only Associate Superintendent of Student and Family Services, she's also the school supervisor for Tyrell. Chin, can you speak a bit to the kind of supports that are offered there to newcomers or to families in need who attend Tyrell?
So with the additional resources that we have from HPN, Dr. Wang, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, and any other supports that occur at the school.
Okay, so Tyrell has a robust system of serving the newcomer students. They often know their families and they communicate with them regularly. In addition, the Promise Neighborhoods funding provides some additional resources at the school site, and that is working in collaboration with the school leadership team as well as school principal to identify the needs of the school sites that are necessary for the support of all the students at Glassbrook, but specifically for the newcomer students as part of that equation. So they have additional resources that are brought in to work on issues around equity, and they're very equity centered. And they also have other resources that are specifically targeted towards service for students and families as part of the process.
And the schools that don't have that HPN support, that's where we come in and make up for that extra whatever's happening at the HPN supported schools.
Yeah, so we would provide help, but also Harder and Schaefer Park were in the previous round of HPN, so they have set up their cost program, like their cost support and providing those services.
Thank you.
And
go ahead.
Dr. Wayne, can I just add that the newcomer support program, we also have two other additional grants that serves all the newcomers across the district. And so the HPN funding is on top of that as supplemental services and above and beyond that.
Thank you. That helps me feel a little more comfortable about any kind of movement with students who need that support. Finally, I don't know if we hit this in the frequently asked questions, but there is some question out there that I'd like to bring on behalf of the community is where do these teachers go if these schools are shut down? Like, is there jobs for all of them afterwards? Like, do we know that, or we can't even talk about that yet because we're not far in part of the process yet?
Yeah, well, so we do not want to lose our teachers, and we are facing a staffing shortage. And so when we've looked at our staffing trends over the past several years, we will have needs. So, for example, at the elementary level, we've hired 50 to 75 new teachers every year, and then also slowing down the process and phasing out the changes definitely will mean that there's opportunities for teachers. And so, we've said we don't anticipate layoffs. And then, Ms. Watts, if you want to just speak to to Mr. Chaparro's point or question, what can we say right now, though, because there is a process to go through to place staff, correct?
Yeah, so we would go through the process of negotiating with our labor partners to, if the board takes action after that action and what those effects would be. We do have some contractual timelines that we would still need to adhere to. So, for instance, in our HIA contract, we do have an April 15th deadline where, we collect preference for assignments, and then we have a June 1st deadline to confirm those, assignments. So we would have to work and do all of our negotiating prior to those timelines to remain compliant with our contract agreement.
Thank you.
Trustee Prada.
Thank you. So have we looked into the new legislation that supports small schools and wraparound services? And also, I know that there's also support coming out for a planning grant to support community schools. These are other monies that we can be going after to actually encourage some of our, smaller school learning spaces. I know that there will be TK funding coming in 22-23, and so I have questions about that and making sure that we have the facilities to, once we get this money coming in, or if we can get this money to come in, that we have adequate space for our TK students and facilities. And then I also have a question about, so there's a TK funding and then there's a universal TK programming. And then I have a question about the $73.8 million in state federal relief funding that we received, and how is that not being applied to help the situation that we're in right now?
Would you like me to respond, Dr. Ray?
Yeah, why don't you respond about the grants, and then I can go to the slide on about the funds, the one-time funds. Go ahead.
Sure. So a couple points. So one point is there are different pots of funding that the state has identified as part of the adoption of their budget this year. And that funding has already been incorporated to our holistic approach of providing services to students in response to the pandemic. And so in August, as well as with the ESSER 3 plan and in previous board meetings, there's an identification of nearly $89 million that HUSD is receiving one time in order to respond to these needs. And so these are one-time funds, but don't address the ongoing structural issues that we're faced with. But we're actively continuing to pursue any other grants, such as the planning grant, to see if that provides, comes to fruition for us to incorporate. But those are things that are not in place, that are really intended to be supplemental to core programs, or helping to establish things and have the district create something sustainable. Whereas right now we don't have the funding or the students to drive the funding to create a sustainable program.
And then with respect to the COVID relief funds you asked about, Mrs. Prada, I mean, so, and Mr. Chaparro had asked about this too, like, what does this mean for our budget? So as we said, whatever's decided tonight will factor into first interim, but we're going to need to identify other reductions or other funds to cover our ongoing expenses. And, really there's three potential scenarios as we move forward with our budget. There's the possibility that, there's either ongoing funds or one-time funds that can come out. And then also, so we did bring forward our plan for the COVID relief funds and for the ESSER funds. We could amend the 3-year plan to cover the shortfall, or make ongoing reductions to the unrestricted budget, or do a mix of the three. So like, if you go to the next slide, you can see, that what that would mean is we've talked about, say, like our family engagement specialists. We didn't want to bring family engagement specialists on for 1 year and then, say it's just a 1-year position. So we use the COVID relief funds for a 3-year plan. If we went into year 3 and use those funds to cover ongoing expenses, it'd mean not being able to use those funds for, those supports for what we had already planned. And we'd also have to make sure that the county would accept that, and that we're using the COVID relief funds in compliant ways.
Because I mean, other districts are using these emergency funds to help with this, and so I feel like that is an option that should have come forward like immediately, because we are in a state of an emergency, and the last thing that any of us want to do is to close our schools. So if we have these emergency funds, this seems like it would be the proper place to use it in a place where we're, in this emergency.
So you're right, it is an option, but we didn't bring forward this plan in response to our budget issues alone. And particularly, we brought this plan in response to our charge around our operational sustainability focus, because the trade-off becomes, we're spending not just ongoing funds, but our facilities funds and one-time funds to support, older facilities and empty classrooms, and have students in learning spaces that aren't ideal for them, and, stretching our resources thin rather than using them to provide the support in the priority area. So it is an option, but again, we didn't bring this plan forward. This plan wasn't in response to our projected 22-23 deficit, but it does significantly help it. And as the associate superintendent from the county said, we're going to have to make some decisions somewhere to address this. So that it is an option, but that's why this was still brought forward, because the fundamental fact is we have too many schools and too few students for those schools.
Sorry.
Would we be able to go to slide 31? Because the other ramification for utilizing any one-time funds for ongoing expenses is that it doesn't eliminate the need for making ongoing reductions in the future. And so if we did absolutely nothing, we would need to make nearly $21 million in reductions over 3 years. The initial recommendations outlined $7 million over 3 years, but this revised recommendation notes that we would still need to make $13 million in reductions over 3 years. And if we use one-time funds to address a shortfall next year, that doesn't eliminate the need for still needing to make that reduction that following year once those one-time funds are gone.
Okay, yeah, I understand that. I'm mainly saying it will give us a little bit more time to collaborate with stakeholders and come up with other options. Like, for example, Cherryland, which you guys used as an example of a beautiful school that people want to be at and everything. Cherryland used to be kind of like the abandoned school site by the district. Often their concerns were ignored. And what happened is the community organized to get resources, the Padres Unidos, Pastor Arlene, Eden Church, people like Rosemary, they came together as a community to advocate for the resources that they believe their students deserved. And so what I'm saying is that there are other options out there. And if we truly involve the community, like, don't you feel, Dr. Wayne, if we truly involve the community on that process, don't you feel that we could come to other conclusions if given the time?
I do believe we can come to, there's other ways to help us address our ongoing budget challenges, but the kind of examples you described isn't what brought Cherryland the new building, the new facility that it has, right? That helped in the short term to address some issues, but the challenge, Cherryland, that's what I was saying earlier. Cherryland felt like they were a forgotten school. Every one of our old buildings feels like they're forgotten schools because there's just not the resources to maintain them. And we're constantly putting out fires, right? And so even at Hayward High, like, we had a flood in the gym that took a huge amount of people power to address, and now they don't have access to the gym because because it's an old facility and there's water damage to it.
I actually have to disagree. Cherryland felt forgotten because there were a lot of undocumented parents who needed help who were ignored by the district. And
okay, I'm gonna interject because this is getting into deliberation. So if there is a specific question, Trustee Prada, please go ahead, and then Dr. Wayne can answer.
My question is, do you not see the opportunity to slowing down so that we can have better collaboration and come to a better conclusion? This still feels rushed and there's still a lot of red flags.
Okay, Trustee Prada, please, you asked a question, allow it to be answered.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And so I think, yes, we see the value in slowing down, and that's why we revised the proposal as we did. It still leaves a lot of outstanding issues for which, and they were the ones that we felt like, we heard some good ideas from the community that it would be worth slowing down to explore, such as, what to do with middle school programming and K-8 programming, such as, the alternative programs to offer year round. So yes, there is a value in slowing down, but I think that's why I said fundamentally, though, we have too many schools for too few students, and that's not going to change in a year. And so we put forward where we think it makes most sense to begin, and the more the challenging questions we'll bring back in the community to help us address together.
Trustee Prada, you still have the floor unless you're finished.
No, I think you've cut me off enough for the night.
It's my job to facilitate the meeting, and I'm following the rules of order that we've agreed to. So that is my role. Okay, do any other trustees have a second round of questions? I don't see any hands. Let me just check. Okay, I do have one additional question related to slide, I think it was 27. Yes, 27, where it's talking about class size. And I know this is something that we as a district want to move towards smaller class sizes. I know this is something that gets negotiated, but have you all considered that as you're, sending students from these impacted sites to other elementary schools, for example, the number of students will get higher, which means in my mind, I'm thinking it's going to affect our ability to decrease class sizes over time. And so have you thought about that impact and that kind of long-term planning around class size?
Yes, like I said, it will not change the class size limits, right? So we'll still have classes under 24, 24 or under, or 31 or under. As I mentioned in the Strobridge example, right? In some cases, it's going to mean students in larger classes because we had classes that were under capacity, and we were able to continue with those this year because we did use the one-time funds to support smaller classes. As we said, as students transition back to school, it was okay to maintain some classes that we wouldn't typically maintain, right? We wouldn't typically maintain a class of 15 at an elementary school, but we did that with the one-time funds. Moving forward, so we will meet these limits. And then this is then the hard conversation around how do we want to use our resources, right? To lower the class size maximum and the limit, what does it cost, Mr. Gard, to change that ratio, say from 24-1 to 23-1? What would that cost in terms of staffing?
It would require an additional $2 million.
Right. So if we want to change the limits, we would need to invest additional funds to then lower the class sizes and in that way, right? And so like I said, yes, there will be some students in larger classes, nobody exceeding that, and it's really because of our one-time funds that we have the smaller classes now, not because of the enrollment at the schools.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Last chance for a second round here. Any trustees? Okay, then we will move now, sticking with our procedural order, to public speakers. And so just looking to see If we have any hands raised, Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, thank you. Presently, we have 27 or 28 hands raised, 29 and counting at 8:07 p.m. Is there any direction you'd like to provide?
Yes, board members, if it's okay with you, I know we typically allow for a 20-minute time period, but I would like to hear from all of the speakers. Perhaps we can give them 1 minute and then extend our allotted time to 30 minutes. If that's okay with the rest of the board, if you could just give me a quick thumbs up, you're okay with that?
Great.
Okay, looks like we have consensus there. Okay, let's go ahead.
Okay, then if EIT will please queue up 1 minute timer. Thank you for that. And the first three speakers that we'll hear from are Charles Jones, Sandra Macias, and Ana Navidad. Charles Jones, your line has been unmuted.
All right, can you hear me?
I can, go right ahead.
Hello, my name is Charles Jones, and I'm a teacher at Tennyson as well as a HEA Union board member. Yet again, we have reached a point where HUSD is abandoning opportunities to meaningfully improve the experience of students and the quality of teaching and learning in our school in a knee-jerk reaction to a decade's worth of no planning and bad budgeting by district leadership. Parents and teachers know when kids go to smaller schools within our neighborhoods, community schools, they're able to get more of the supports they will need while not slipping through the cracks of a broken system as easily. Instead of listening to the community, the district office has created this unnecessary disruption because of a lack of community engagement on their part. Non-answers at town halls don't count. You talk at us, not to us. You listen, but you don't hear what we say in our feedback. The school board's focus right now should be on regaining or at least preserving as much stability as possible after a year of trauma faced by students, parents, and school site staff. This is a plan made by district leadership with many that don't even have kids in our district or in some cases even live in our district. It's not Dr. Wayne's kids who will experience the trauma of these school closures. It's not happening in his neighborhood. So it's easy to see.
Thank you. Sandra Macias.
Yes, I am here as a Strobridge parent and as a Bret Hart parent. I just want to say that those numbers that you're using up there are super inflated. I've heard from multiple teachers how you ask them to get every single last little thing that they could think of that needed to be fixed, even go on a second round, asking them to make sure they got every single little thing. So your numbers are completely inflated. That 900 million, that's not a real number. And so I'm asking the board to press pause, consider the impact on our kids, on my kids that have gone through this year of distance learning, have come back and have started to make friends, and now you're going to rip them apart. This is no way to treat teachers that have been there for us. During this time, their teachers, their community is all they had when they had in distance learning. They need that. They need that security. I'm really asking you guys to press pause, wait to see if there's other options. Don't rush into something that can't be properly implemented, that you don't have answers for. Again, just please press pause.
Ana Navidad.
Yes, I'm hoping you understand we have to make these hard decisions gradually, so our families and our staff are not overwhelmed. I also believe that the school closures needs to continue. I like to instead keep our specialty programs like AVED and Puente. I will also like to have the language programs in all schools. I will also like to have a school assigned for our special need kids that will continue from K to 6, from 8 to 9, and so on, and have one place that they can go to those schools with their program speech OT. And I also would like to say that Bret Hart needs a facility that will have everything that they need, a track and a safe place. And I also wanted to bring your attention as a U-Ship design team. My understanding was that they want to continue working on the U-Ship design team unless they put a stop on it.
Our next three speakers, are Araceli Orozco, Trisha Dennis, and Emily Worth. Araceli Orozco, your line has been unmuted.
Hello?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. Hi, good evening, Araceli Orozco. I just want to make sure, and so far all this time, the only person that I have heard that says that it's okay to go ahead with school closures is Miss Navidad here, which she also, as myself, are part of the You Should Decide team. You know, that's unfortunately, you know, that we have people that are supporting school closures. But anyway, I just want to make sure and let the board members know that whatever decision that are taken tonight, please have under consideration that that will be affecting our kids. If that's the way they go, that will totally be affecting our kids. And, you know, districts should bring something else, not only school closures, but have other different options. Start from the top. Stop the cuts from the top. And also remind you that there's 3 seats available for November.
Thank you. Trisha Dennis?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Hello, my name is Trisha Dennis, and I want you to know that I speak in love, peace, and trust. I come to request the board to hit pause. Defeatists have no place at our leadership table. There is a warning the size of our district. Kings and queens bend time and space. I have come to you before under ABAR HUSD number 0415 and 0415.1. The community has the right to expect, to recognize, and disrupt inequitable actions. If the role of the superintendent is to act in concert with the district mission policies, I request Dr. Wayne pause. Leaders rise as kings and queens. They pause for discussions. Honor the work that was requested of staff be done. Lastly, honor our children. They are our why. Escucha, escucha, estamos en la lucha. We cry to you because we all suffer.
Emily Worth?
Hello. I am at Bowman Elementary School as a teacher. I noticed that our community has not been involved at all. Not only was Bowman excluded from this discussion since the beginning, we were not even present when you guys started this conversation. We were on our fall break. So for 2 weeks, we were not involved, and this is unfair. We were talking to our parents who are not native speakers of English, and so many of them did not know that our school was closing. It is ridiculous how little our parents were asked and involved in this process. I think that they need more time to express their feelings about this. It seems like there was no community outreach. We also had a plan to put on hold any discussions of closure, and it has not been recognized. Thank you. I hope you have a wonderful day. Good night. Bye.
Our next 3 speakers are Andrea Rivera, Jackie Dry, and Jessie Gunn. Andrea Rivera?
Yes, hi, good evening. I am a parent at Bowman, and I would like to let you guys know that you cannot walk from my house to Tyrell. You need at least 40 minutes to walk with the child in the morning when it's cold to get to school. So no, it is not within walkable reason. None of the schools that are proposed for Bowman students to go if it's closed are within reach of all of our community. The majority of our students there need to walk to school. And Dr. Wayne, you said about waiting and revise your proposal. You only took a couple days. You gave us one opportunity for us, the parents, the stakeholders, to put our inputs in this revised. So please don't just take a decision from someone that just decides that it is okay without really taking the input. Like someone mentioned, you hear us or you listen to us, but you don't hear us. And if you do end up closing Bowman, then I have no reason why I should stay here at Hayward Unified District.
Jackie Dry.
I'm here. Thank you. First, I want to thank the board for doing this important job of deciding about the district's recommendations. The district says they care about the students' needs because what is most important are student needs. What the students need at Bowman Elementary is a neighborhood school. They need schools that they can walk to and feel safe at. The students need small schools in their own community. They have a lot of needs, even more than academic needs. We meet those needs. Bowman is a very special school that cannot be replicated. These families need us, and we are there for them. The district does not care about this in making their recommendations. Yes, modern schools with technology are appealing, but does not make up for what a small neighborhood school gives to students and families. Thank you for your time.
Jessie Gunn.
Can you hear me?
I can. Go right ahead.
Hello. I want to say that shortening our speaking time to 1 minute in the fake attempt to try and hear from the entire community when you have heard overwhelming opposition to this is disingenuous beyond measure. And it just goes to show that what we're seeing here is that our board, our district, is not caring about actually listening to ideas. You're trying to sell us a meal of eating a shoe and telling us it's all we have. It's all we can do. Just eat the shoe. We don't like it either. Just do it. When really we have an entire community of people that with ideas, and we have ways, other things that we can be doing right now. And I just wanted to say that this idea of trying to hear everybody, but also ignoring us at the same time is not working. Thank you.
Our next three speakers are Daisy Bates, Francisco Montes, and Richard Pugh. Daisy Bates.
Yes, I am thoroughly disgusted with this presentation and all the untruths that I am hearing. It doesn't take few minutes to get from one school to another. It is untrue that only the COVID funding has been used for family engagement specialists only. Please, Dr. Wayne, why don't you mention all the AXA positions that you have created with this funding? So when you come and tell us these things, that you sound like you're planning everything, the plans that we need right now to be in place, like planning how are we gonna go back in January and tell our families you need your COVID vaccine? That is not even in the works. We have asked for that, there is no plan. When I ask where my members are gonna be sitting, they are just all over the place in a little table and desk at the district office. You have not planned to put my members in working conditions that are according to this country. They're at the level of a third world country. However, you're...
Francisca Montes.
Good evening. I want to remind the board that you were voted by us, the voters of Hayward. You should be representing us. You should be hearing us, what we're telling you. We want you to pause. We want you to wait. We want you to listen. Dr. Wayne, I'm a little disappointed that you're trying to divide and conquer. You're trying to put one school against another school by saying that some schools have some programs that they're willing to take our students. How about the work and the job that we are doing, some of the schools you want to close? We've been building communities. We've been supporting our communities. We've been creating sanctuaries for our students. Now, it seems like that doesn't count. That's very disappointing. But again, I'm going to remind the board, you've been voted by us. You should be speaking for us. You should be hearing us, not only hearing the administration at the district office. Please put a pause on this decision.
Richard Pugh. Richard. Richard Pa or Pugh? P-U-G-H? Richard? Okay, moving on. Sophia Haraway. Sophia?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Go right ahead.
Hi, I'll try to get through two quick things. When Dr. Davies was speaking earlier, she mentioned a part of one of the slides was new campus, or it was talking about the campuses, but what I was wanting to suggest was, because my children have returned now and they've returned to a different school. And as a parent, I'm thinking that this could apply to some of your school closures. Going to a new school, as a parent, I feel quite in the dark. I didn't get a tour of the school. I don't know where my children are walking. They don't know where they're going. And it's kind of just off-putting. So maybe you guys can consider doing some piloting now on, parents like me, who are bringing kids back from virtual learning and they're going into new places. I also wanted to support many of the parents. I'm running out of time. In the other messaging about advising. We need early advisement. We don't need late advisement on these things.
Our next three speakers will be Jay Miller, Sabra Dupre, and Laura Depp. Jay Miller, your line has been unmuted. Jay Miller.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I had opportunity to speak. I'm from a senior custodian at Strobridge Elementary School. I'm proud of all the people who have spoken up to this point. I feel that as senior custodians, or as custodians in general, maintenance staff, oftentimes we're overlooked. Our input is not valued. We work at the sites. We spend the most time at the sites. We open the schools. We lock the schools. We do security at the schools. When we're dealing with homeless people on the sites, things of that nature. We disinfect the schools. By the way, Strobridge Elementary, one of the schools that are slated to be shut down, was recognized by the Williams Act, as we got our last Williams Act visit, our annual Williams Act, as the cleanest school in the district, the second cleanest school in the district. And we're still in the midst of a pandemic. So how do you shut down a school that has shown its dedication in such a way? I also brought up at a town hall meeting the waste that we are subject to in the cafeteria.
Sabra Dupre. Ms. Dupre.
Yes, sorry. Good evening. I want to first say thank you to Ms. Prada, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Buffette, Mr. Rowden for really bringing up some very thought-provoking questions. I really appreciate that. Where are amazing teachers going to go? It sounds like in the past districts that this has become a problem with the charter schools. And it seems as though that was the start of our decline in Hayward. In the future, how do we know that new superintendents that may get on the board, will they continue this process? In 50 to 60, 10 to 20 years, when school growth starts to happen and we've shut down schools, is that a conversation that's being had as well? And so I just want to hope that the questions that our board members have brought that are thought-provoking, that will be really taken into consideration. And this is just a really disheartening thing that is happening to our district. And whoever spoke about small schools are great. And I've been a part of one for 10 years, and that's why I keep coming back. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Laura Depp.
Hi, thank you, board. I am a teacher at John Muir State Preschool, and I am located at the Hub. And we have a very strong community at the Hub. My enrollment, in fact, all of our enrollment is full. And so we run a pure, inclusive, true inclusive program. We have 5 classrooms with state preschool and special ed. We do everything together, and to close us, to move us and to separate us is really sad. From what I'm hearing is there's really no space at the elementary schools for us to be with a state preschool alongside with special ed. And the playgrounds are only for ages 5 to 12. So there's no space for my little kiddos to play around in. But the Hub has a huge community of preschool kiddos that want to come to our preschool at the Hub. Please pause.
TCE is our next speaker. TCE. If you'll unmute your line, TCE.
Unmute. Oh, sorry. That's under TCE. It was a thing. Anyways, I'd like to hold my comment to the end if that would be okay with everybody, unless I am at the end now.
You may not get another opportunity, so I would go ahead if I were you.
All right. Well, I am a person that has lived in Hayward most of my life. Anyways, the incentives I think that you should focus on are preschool for all, Head Start with special ed, following that up, keep all ES classes, look into granting housing vouchers for people. Sounds like you already have. That will bring in families. Listen to the bus drivers who tell you that there are upgrades that you can make in order to facilitate transportation things, increase wages. And also do not threaten Spanish-speaking families with losing ES programs if they don't vote in favor of shutting down schools. Yes, we have one-time budgets, monies that we can put into things right now, but that needs to serve a long game. That needs to serve making money in the future. I went to Winton, I went to Bret Hart, Harder, and Hayward High. Recently graduated from UC Davis, double major, double minor. And I motion that everybody get extra time, the 2 minutes that they were deprived of that are still remaining here. Thank you.
Our next three speakers are Giovanni, Maria del Carmen Espinosa, and Nadia Faraj. Giovanni, your line has been unmuted.
Hello.
Go ahead.
All right, good. Okay, good evening. One of the characteristics of white supremacy culture is the sense of urgency. This makes it difficult to take time to be inclusive, to encourage democratic or thoughtful decision-making, to think long-term and then consider the consequences. This plan would sacrifice the interest of communities of color in order to win victories for people in positions of power and authority like the district leadership. Another characteristic of white supremacy culture is only one right way. We have been presented the idea that the only option to resolve fiscal or budgetary issues is through school closures. Board members, I challenge each of you to think critically and acknowledge the fact that there are many ways to get to the same goal. School closures is not an option for any school district that truly values the academic success and mental health of its students. Please vote no, and remember the impact of your actions is more important than your intent. Thank you, Sarah Prada, for speaking up for the community tonight.
Maria del Carmen Espinosa?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
I can, go right ahead.
Okay, I would like to start off by saying, with all due respect, Ms. Okenda, you keep on cutting Ms. Prada off. And whatever reason it is, this is not the first time or the second time or the third, fourth, fifth, sixth. We actually want to hear what Ms. Prada wants to say. And by you cutting her off just makes us unappreciate you. Okay. So please, if you can do me the favor and stop cutting her off, the community who actually wants to listen to her would very much appreciate it. Secondly, anything that has to do with Chabot College, Chaparro, Mr. Chaparro, and Mr. Rowden, you need to recuse yourself. Anything. You guys got rid of Dr. Reynoso for that specific reason. So if you're going to vote on anything that has to do with Chabot College, you need to recuse yourself because you get a $90,000 plus salary a year and also the money on the board. So please, anything that has to do with Chabot, recuse yourself, Mr. Chaparro and Mr. Rowden. Thank you very much.
Nadia Faraj?
Hello?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Hi.
I was waiting. I don't know what for. Mercedes Faraj, president of the Hayward Education Association. I think the overwhelming takeaway tonight and in past nights is that you need to put a pause on this. We need to look at all options. The presentation tonight, that it is clear that that is not our, and I mean our in the community sense, understanding of things. We don't have a common understanding. E.g. the the walking time and the traffic and the bilingual versus DLI. Those are not the same kind of programs at all. And they were not created necessarily equally for newcomers. Classroom availability is in question. The one-time money would be able to provide a pause. Just allow us into the room in the spirit of collaboration and consensus to consider all the options, including exploring school closure. I think you're getting bad information, and I like the quote of the impact is more important than the intent. Please consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Elena, Matt Turner, and Jessica Castro. Elena?
Hi, my name is Elena. I represented some parents and community. Thank you for all parents and your contribution and help that take your consideration or recommendation. Thank you for hard work for Mr. Dionisia, Mr. Wayne. So all leaders, the community and teachers, thank you for all support for the boys. Please take the recommendation, all recommendation for parents and extend dual immersion in other school. Also, I can hire one recommendation for, can you hire more teachers, help the new student for the new student coming the new school, please. And also, I can see that the teacher can notify the school early for advance for absent. For the more important, the student have an effect in the education. Please, this is my part of the recommendation. Thank you so much for all support. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt Turner.
Good evening. I'm in the Castro Valley area. You're worried about declining enrollment, and the closest schools for our neighborhood, if you close Strobridge, are actually in Castro Valley to walk to safely with sidewalks. So I'm imagining that you're going to see a large increase in interdistrict transfers. And if you're trying to maintain enrollment, closing Strobridge is not a good idea for that. You're going to see thousands of households moving to closer schools. And the walkability issue is very real. Kids will die in the long run with this level of lack of walkability. And I don't say that as a layperson. I am the chair of the Alameda County Transportation Commission's Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. Looked at many walkability plans for decades, and the one that you have claiming things are improving is just patently false. So please reconsider.
Jessica Castro.
Good evening. My daughter is an Ochoa Bulldog, and tonight you presented the receiving school, Winton, and offered up, all the wonderful things that they have. You said that they have a culture of community. So does Ochoa. You said they have dedicated staff committed to higher learning. So does Ochoa. They focus on educating the whole child, healthy, safe, engaged, supported, challenged, blah, 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 support, strong parent-school relationships. So does Ochoa. I'm not knocking Winton, but Ochoa has all of these things that you're saying Winton does. Don't close Ochoa. Keep it open. It's a wonderful school. They have wonderful programs. Also, in the Ochoa meeting, you said that transportation will be provided, but tonight we learned transportation isn't provided to middle school students. If you live near Ochoa, how are you supposed to get your child to Winton? And why does the financial incentive from Chabot come before the needs of the Ochoa community? It's not okay. Thank you.
Time permitting, our next speaker is Robin Mendez, followed by Alex Vincent. Robin Mendez.
Hi, just a couple things you've stressed tonight concerning community schools. The forgotten community is Strobridge Elementary. This is all the Hayward Unified School District, but we live in Castro Valley. We will not have any Hayward Unified School District for a child who lives in Castro Valley to go to. Crossing Foothill Boulevard in Mission to go to Cherryland. It is also crossing the railroad tracks. You have stated we may get busing, we may not. Are there administration cuts along these lines? Also addressed was specifically about Strobridge property. You've spoken to HARD. Have you specifically spoken to HARD concerning this property? I do not have any more children at Strobridge, but I think you need to pause.
Alex Vincent?
Yes, good evening. I'll be merciful and give back 30 seconds. I just had a very quick question. I see that Hayward Adult School is moving to near Chabot College. And the question is, have you talked with AC Transit about public transportation between South Hayward and the Chabot College / Ocoa location, the campus there? We rely on public transit. So I'm just trying to ask if that has been brought up as part of the long-term plan. That's all. Thank you. I'm not hearing anything else. Hello?
Ms. Rodriguez, I'll interject. Mr. Vincent, we aren't permitted to respond to public comments. So if you'd like that question answered, we're happy to answer via email if you'd like to send us an email. But it's just board policy and regulations around that. So we apologize.
My apologies.
No worries. Ms. Rodriguez, I believe we are at our 30 minutes, but I see that there are still 25 hands raised that have gone up since we set that time. So without objection from the other board members, let's add those 25 speakers and we'll give them each a minute and extend the time once more. Ms. Rodriguez, I actually don't see her. Maybe something happened there. So I will try to help out here. Our next speaker is Tara Miller.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There you are. Okay, great. Thank you so much. I don't know if I know how to do that, what you're doing. So thank you.
Yes, I was trying to give you back the floor. We've concluded public comments.
Sorry, I think you may have not been there when the board didn't object to extending. We have 25 hands still that have since raised since we extended the time. So we've decided to extend once more for the 25 people whose hands are still up.
Oh, I see. Okay, let me see. You said Miss Miller? Let me look for her then because I don't see her at the top of the screen. There she is. Tara Miller?
Can you hear me?
I can. Go right ahead.
Awesome. I'm a teacher at Hayward High where the gym has the leak, and I worked at Faith Ringgold School for 10 years where the roof leaked. So I'm familiar with being at a school that has, significant repair issues. And I'm just wondering if the board does decide that schools need to be closed because of student classroom ratio, how flexible is the plan? Like, say you need to, if you sell property, can you get the property back if you decide that you need that school property? And my other question is that the 4th through 6th grade at 31 students per classroom sounds a little high.
I think our next 3 speakers are Shantane Fauntleroy, Julie Pokrimnak, and Lydia Cortez. Shantane Fauntleroy?
Can you hear me?
I can. Go right ahead.
My name is Shantae Fauntleroy, and I've taught in this district for 16 years at Bret Harte Middle School. I'm also a volunteer on the HIA board. I am asking the school board to press pause and table this agenda item and request that Matt Wayne and the district invite all the stakeholders to the table to look at the budget together so that we can make a more equitable decision about how and where to make cuts. Please press pause and require that Matt Wayne and the district invite all the stakeholders to the table to look at the budget. Please, please, please press pause, press pause, press pause, press pause, press pause, press pause, 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 press pause, press pause, press pause, press pause.
Julie Pokravnak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go right ahead.
Okay. My name is Julie Pokrivnak. I am a teacher at Bowman. I have been at Bowman for many years. We're very concerned about the way this was handled. We were, as we were told before, we were on break when they told this was happening. Also, the surveys that were done were very misleading. They were asking parents if they want better facilities, if they want more technology. Yes, our parents wanted better facilities and more technology. However, they didn't realize they would have to go to another school to get it. Our school is a community. Our teachers have been here for a long time. We are dedicated. Our families are dedicated. We have historical, parents here. The parents want this school. We didn't get improved when other schools got improved, not because of us.
Our next three speakers are Lydia Cortez, Maya Ayers, Virginia Sanchez. Lydia Cortez, your line has been unmuted.
Hi, good evening. I'm a para at Ochoa Middle School, and I'm three generations of Hayward Unified. My parents met at Hayward High. They're alumni, class of 59 and 60. My daughter graduated from Hayward High in 2003. I myself started kindergarten at Hayward Unified and went all the way up to high school. I worked during the pandemic. I came back to work for the in-person learning, and we had a whole summer and we were not notified about any of these closures. We have staff that came, we had somebody come from out of the country to be a teacher. We had a lot of people that, were making sacrifices to, be welcomed students back to school. And why were we not notified during that time?
Maya Ayers.
Can you hear me?
I can. Go right ahead.
Hello, my name is Maya Ayers. I'm saying this for all the people who stand with me, for the people who want you to pause. I ask you to pause, please. I'm supposed to go to King Middle School next year, and if the traffic's bad right now, I imagine it's going to be a lot harder next year. If people are changing schools next year and you're planning to do this now, right after COVID passed and people are just starting to get new friends, I hear from the parents and other parents who are speaking and the teachers, and you are planning to do this now. We just came back from COVID. Yeah, you plan to do this now. I ask you to pause. Thank you for letting me speak.
Virginia Sanchez. Virginia Sanchez, your line's been unmuted.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Virginia Sánchez y yo tengo un estudiante ahorita en Ochoa. Yo pido que escuchen nuestra voz como padres. Nosotros no queremos escuelas que las cierren. Nosotros queremos las escuelas abiertas. Necesitamos que nuestros estudiantes estén seguros. Yo no quiero que mi hija vaya a otra escuela. Yo quiero que mi hija continúe en Ochoa y mis otras 2 hijas que van para allá también. Gracias.
Interpretation? Yes. I think our next 3 speakers are Yaya, Tila Sorrell, Andrea Mace, and Angie Magellan. Yaya, your line has been unmuted.
Thank you. In light of the anti-racist training that the district has been mandating, these school closures look a lot like the trauma integration created from the 1960s. Ultimately, all this is going to do is stretch resources created, and it's going to create greater inequity for our children, and it's going to displace our educators. What you are proposing and asking the voices of Hayward to agree with is to destroy communities and to dismantle history. Also, Ms. Sarah Prada made an excellent point that we have access to emergency funds, and she is constantly being cut off. We need to know about our options. I'm asking you to press pause. I'm asking with the voices of Hayward that you press pause and that you look into other resources so that our children and our educators do not suffer. Thank you.
Andrea Mace.
Okay. Larger classrooms result in less individualized attention from the teacher. Larger classrooms lend themselves to a more disruptive learning environment because there are more students to manage, a tendency towards more behavior problems, and therefore less learning for all. Larger classrooms mean less participation by students in group discussions and activities, and more students for teachers to manage, and therefore less engaged students. In larger classrooms, teachers aren't able to identify the individual strengths and weaknesses of students the way they would in a smaller one. Students' weaknesses may take longer to identify. Children learn best when they are given more attention among less students. In the days of COVID, more students is not better, less is best. This is not okay. This is not good for our students. Schools are like families for our children. If these were your children, would this be okay for you?
Thank you. It seems that Angie lowered her hand. So moving on, our next 3 speakers are Anne, Groveway Neighborhoods, Saul, Arizona, and Christina Aguilera. Anne, your line has been unmuted.
Hi, Dr. Ann Maris. I'm a biochemist and educator, a longtime resident of Hayward and Castro Valley, and I'm a neighbor to Strobridge. And what we're missing here is what everyone is pointing out, that we need to slow down. You're neglecting the fact that your data that you're basing these decisions on, supervisor, is old data. We lived through COVID. We're a neighborhood, we're a priority population. 67% of our neighbors are tenants here, and you're treating us with this big brother mentality where you're not allowing a collaborative solution that looks holistically at the environment, at particularly mental health and safety of these kids. You know, schools provide stability, and that's particularly necessary in low-income communities. In Southern Castro Valley, where we also vote for the board, we have among the lowest life expectancy in Alameda County, which is an indicator of cumulative pollution.
Saul Arizon. Saul.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm a parent of 3 students in Hayward, and one of them I was hoping to go to Ochoa next year, but from what it seems like with this plan, it's not going to happen. I'm asking the board members to listen to the community and press pause on this ridiculous plan. I'm so upset with Dr. Wayne and his administration and hearing how the closures are necessary to address the declining enrollment and the cost of aging facilities, when the reality is that this plan is only going to make kids leave the district more, and we're still not dealing with the root of the problem of why kids don't go to the district, because we are failing our students' education. Why don't we talk about reading, writing, math? Okay, thank you. You guys addressed how nice these other schools are with modern facilities, but how about the education? Okay, I'm fed up with that. And also, Dr. Rain, I want him to walk from Ochoa Middle School all the way to Winton and tell me how safe that will be for these middle schoolers when they have parents.
Christina Aguilera.
Good evening. I'm a bilingual kindergarten teacher at Glassbrook Elementary. I'm disappointed the district sat on this plan for over 1 year, and the only solution they came up with was closing schools. Really, after 1 year, that's the best you could do? You should have reached out to the community if you needed help, but you didn't, because you knew they would have said, keep cuts away from our schools. They would have suggested cuts to the administration, but of course, the district doesn't want to hear suggestions that actually impact them. The superintendent said he doesn't anticipate new charter schools moving in. We don't know that for sure. And besides, how can we trust anything he says when he's always looking out for himself, not for the best interest of our community? Also, I'm tired of hearing about aging facilities. We do not have aging facilities. We have neglected facilities. Neglected facilities. Let's get that straight. Also, DLI and bilingual are 2 different programs. Our students are supposed to go to Schaefer. That's DLI, not.
Our next 2 speakers are Jessica Nichols and Marisela Castro. Jessica?
Hi. This needs to be paused. We need more time. There's no way around that. That's like a necessity. I would like you guys that are on the panel, especially Mr. Wayne, for you to think if this was your kids and your kids' school. I have 3 kids at Strobridge. And this is so unfortunate. Our kids just went back after a pandemic. Show us how much you actually care and utilize all the funds that we have to make it work. Our children need us. Our teachers need us. Our staff and our principals need us. They need to see that they are at home. Strobridge is our home, and it brings comfort and love to our kids. The money should actually be taken from administration cuts, not school not school. Our school needs to stay. We need more time. I really hope that you can figure it out to make more time, because that is what's needed. And also, thank you to Sarah Prada.
Marisela Castro.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Marisela Castro. I just wanted to say that I kept asking about how we would get transportation. And you guys kept saying, oh, we'll take care of it. We'll find something out. But then I discovered today that you guys are saying that you're not providing transportation to middle schoolers. And that is just extremely unfair. And you guys kind of went back on your word on that. And that is extremely messed up. And also, you guys keep saying that class sizes won't change, but lunch sizes will. And people can seriously get split up from their friends. They could be bullied. And you might end up with none of your friends at your lunch period. And that could be really, really bad. And I don't think you guys understand how bad that is. That is all.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Marina Rabideau, Mary Walsh, and Melissa V. Marina.
Hi there. My name is Mariana Rabido. I'm a parent of young children in the Upper Grove neighborhood in Castro Valley, and Strobridge would have been our home school. With Strobridge closing, our neighborhood is becoming even more of a school desert. So I really hope you listen to the overwhelming feedback and put a pause on closing Strobridge so that the community can be more involved with figuring out a better path forward. That said, if the ultimate decision that you make is to close Strobridge, I just wanted to really ask if you would consider any path forward where the site could remain a school instead of becoming something else like housing. Once a school site becomes housing, there's no going back. And there are more kids in the future. You can't get a school site back. I know during the pandemic, a lot of parents chose to homeschool. And maybe after there's less of a risk out there, more kids will be going back to school. This school is on the border of Hayward and Castro Valley. I just really wish for a community school for my kids to attend. If the Hayward Unified School District is not able to manage a school in our neighborhood, perhaps someone else like the Castro Valley Unified School District.
Mary Walsh.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, go right ahead.
Oh, thank you. My name's Mary Walsh. I'm a teacher in Hayward, a long-term teacher, 42 years, and I'm also the vice president of HEA. Put a pause on your decision, board and district. Courageously listen to the community you serve with an open mind. Stop being part of a top-down approach to leadership. Stop pretending to consider input when decisions are already made. Listen to stakeholders that are part of sites rather than a disconnected, unaware, and uninformed district leadership. This leadership has no idea of the impacts of the decisions they make. There's no long-term thought. I've had conversations with the superintendent when he goes, oh, yeah, oh, adult school. Oh, that's, hadn't even mentioned it. I am very concerned about this kind of lackadaisical approach and the one answer fits all. Please be courageous.
Melissa V.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, go right ahead.
Thank you to the board members that seem to hear the concerns of the stakeholders, the parents and the community. A special thanks to Ms. Prada. When the top administration proposed budget cuts to their salaries in the same proportion to the number of school closures, then we as a community will feel that we are heard. Middle schools have not been addressed properly. Saying that there's going to be transportation and then not having transportation, like the student said earlier, is going back on their word. Working families rely on their middle schoolers to take their younger siblings to school. That would be the Eden Gardens to Ochoa connection. Safety, having children walk all the way across 5 lanes of traffic is not safe. Having them walk early in the morning when it's dark or coming late at home when it's fallback is not safe. Will there be people in place to help that? You asked the board members if they've actually walked any of these pathways, and it seems they have not. Please press pause and hear the community.
Our next 3 speakers are O. Gonzalez, Rochelle Baltazar, and David Hernandez. O. Gonzalez.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up a point to Dr. Wayne. I know it's already been mentioned. I'm a parent at Bowman Elementary. There's an underpass that he claims that goes to Tyrell. That is inaccurate because once it goes to Whitman Avenue and it goes to Tennyson High School. And then from there, it's basically a dead end. You either have to cross the school and cross some railroads, which is very unsafe. So I just wanted to comment. I mean, I'm not gonna, be rude about this or disrespectful. I mean, I know he's not gonna walk that road, but at least on Google Maps, you're gonna be able to see that that's not an option for the students that are at Bowman Elementary. So if you made a statement like that with such conviction, it makes us see how untruthful that statement is. Well, what about the rest of the statements that you are making in your presentation? It definitely makes you lose credibility on everything you are saying, including your district manager.
Rochelle Baltazar.
Good evening.
So I wanted to come on and first off, say that, I am a Schaefer Park parent leader, and we will be receiving Glassbrook students if this, does get approved. And I want to say to the Glassbrook community, we will welcome you guys with open arms. However, I do want the board to be aware that, Schaefer Park only has a DLI program, not a bilingual program. Our English classes are great. And our teachers are amazing, but most of them don't speak Spanish. So for newcomers who are not going to be able to get into the DLI if they're in, second, third grade, they don't have anywhere to go where they're going to maybe feel comfortable. So the fact that we don't have a bilingual program is not equitable to these students. And that needs to be addressed. Also, space-wise, it would mean we would probably lose our music room and our science room because those are the available classrooms. So Schaefer Park is very impacted by this as well. So please pause.
David Hernandez.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
I can now, David. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. David Hernandez. I'm Executive Director of AOD CTA. First of all, I just want to mention that I'm very disappointed on the time that you are allowing the community to speak. A sensitive issue as this deserves the time to hear from the community. If you have to listen to the community long into the night, so be it. But it's obvious that that's not going to happen. Dr. Wayne mentioned earlier that you as a board asked the staff to report back. Well, he did, and you should be concerned that the design team had issues with the plan. And thank you, Prada, for bringing that up and mentioning it here. You need to pause and make it right for this community. Please listen to their cries. Make it right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next three speakers, are Jonathan Delgado, Kelly Rocio, and Linda Renteria. Jonathan Delgado.
Good afternoon. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can. Go ahead.
Okay, I know, and everybody knows that there is a better option than what we have. We can find a better way to keep the schools open, because this proposal for Matt Wayne seems like is something like he get it out of monopoly. Fake numbers and fake numbers and fake numbers. And I invite Matt Wayne to walk on a traffic street and to see how many people are speeding day by day. Even the cars, the drivers, they don't obey the laws. Do you think we'll obey a family or a student? They will not. They are always racing on the street.
Kelly?
I just wanted to speak on behalf of the Bret Harte community, which has been pretty quiet through most of the proposals. And just a reminder, as we all got today by the ground shaking, Bret Harte is a matter of safety more so than sustainability. It sits on the Hayward fault line, and I believe that the needs of Bret Harte need to be met sooner rather than later. Oh.
Kelly, are you speaking?
Yeah.
Kelly?
Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. I just wanted to speak on behalf of Bret Harte. And I wanted to mention, because we all got a reminder today by the ground shaking, that Bret Harte does sit on an active fault line, and more than a matter of sustainability, it is a matter of safety for the students.
Linda Renteria.
Hi, good evening. I was part of the committee on the school design committee, and I started in January of 2020. when we started looking at the data, the numbers, information on the school district, what the children that have gone, that have left, to nobody's fault, and yes, sometimes performance of schools. But I was on the committee when we make the recommendations, what factors to consider in the schools that would needed to be closed, because there are very limited options. Nobody wants to close a school. Nobody wants to close a neighborhood school, especially. But if the numbers aren't there, the students aren't there, the money isn't there, and the needs of the schools to be refurbished are there, we need to do more than just say, I don't want to close schools. So I just want to let you know that my part and my role in that committee was to help the school district and be an observer for the school district and their decisions. These are tough decisions, and I hope everybody can work together to make this through. Thank you.
Our next three speakers are Claudia Carmona, Hayden, Oriana, and Miguel. Claudia, your line is unmuted. Claudia.
Sí.
Sí.
Mi nombre es Claudia Carmona y yo quiero comentar. No lo vean en números. ¿Por qué no ver la realidad? Cuando dicen de que van a caminar 1 milla más, si caminaban 1 milla, ahora van a caminar 2, pero no es lo mismo verlo en números que en realidad. Otro punto de vista es, ¿están pensando niños que les va a afectar el cambio de sus escuelas? ¿Qué programas van a ofrecerles o qué van a hacer para los que en realidad les afecte?
Thank you, Hayden. Hayden, Oriana, your line is unmuted.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name's Hayden Oriana, and I am an 8th grader at Bret Harte. I'm here going to talk to you about the true situation of how Bret Harte is in, and I would also like to speak about an extra topic at the end. I'm sure everyone is aware that Bret Harte is not placed in a specific place or how we have to run in the streets. But can we also mention the fact that we are not up to date with other schools? Can I also mention that the equipment we have sometimes is not exactly the same as other more recent schools would have? And that sometimes when there is lunch and when there is raining, we do not have a place to go. There's a tiny cafeteria. Now, I'd like to speak an extra few minutes since we do not have much time. I have to agree, frankly, with the fact that there needs to be something done for the middle schoolers in transportation. Now, I agree with the plan completely, and I would like to thank everyone for creating this plan, and it does seem like help, but we need to concern about the health and safety that these middle schoolers are going to have to endure without the help of transportation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miguel.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
I can go right ahead.
Okay, I live in that neighborhood right around Bowman, and we have that tunnel that keeps on getting mentioned. It's not the safest. I believe Matt mentioned he's been out here before. Yes, he has. It had to do with us reporting how in bad shape that tunnel is. I don't think schools need to be closed. They just need to be taken care of. We need to find other ways to take care of it. My son's a student at Bowman. He's fallen, scraped himself against the walls on that tunnel. It's just nasty. If you guys can look at that tunnel, it's unbelievable. Not just that, the homeless community attacking it, needles, drugs, everything being found on that. Yes, it needs to be clean. Just stop neglecting it. Stop splitting families apart. That school is a family. Everybody comes together. If you go there, sit down for a while, you'll see it. It's a family. Keep all these schools open. Let's find another way. Don't split them up.
Our next three speakers are going to be Jeff Landreau, Amber Taylor, and Danae Griffin. Jeff? Jeff? Jeff Landreau?
Yeah, hi, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so what I want to speak about is the Biden plan is going to unleash universal pre-K for 3 and 4-year-olds. And there's also an Assembly Bill 22, and approximately 60% of 3 and 4-year-olds are not attending preschool. Hayward has not done a good job of enrolling kids in preschool. In fact, it's not very accessible for families who are not internet savvy to get enrolled in universal preschool, as previous speakers have brought up. There were parents trying to get enrolled in preschool and were not able to, as they lined up at the parent hub before school started. And there are many 4 and 5-year-olds in Hayward who are not enrolled. We are missing out on kids who should be enrolled in our schools, who could be enrolled in our schools. We need to do a better job at outreach. We need to put a pause on this. We need to wait and see what happens.
Amber Taylor?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. Go right ahead.
Wonderful. So I'm a future potential parent of an HUSD student. My daughter will be in special education as a 3-year-old. However, I'm disenchanted by the actions of HUSD leadership in really looking at the needs of your future students, because I don't believe that stakeholders have been listened to. And especially I think about the gentleman from Alameda County, where he was talking about walkways, those at Schaefer Park, where they're saying, actually, our site does not offer this. It's clear that Dr. Wayne has not truly listened to the stakeholders around him and made decisions and spoken very matter-of-factly about those decisions, when that simply, those aren't the facts. And if you do put a pause and listen to stakeholders, I'm certain that other avenues can be found rather than sacrificing the needs of your future.
Danae Griffin?
Can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Danae Griffin, born and raised in Hayward, California. I attended all Hayward schools, and I attended John Muir in 5th grade when it was closed. I'm also a family engagement specialist at Bowman and East Ave, both which were on the original proposal, Bowman, which is still on the proposal. I am really disgusted with this plan. I'm very frustrated that it's being done in the name of equity. I don't think that anything about this plan is equitable. I don't think that there was a reasonable way for y'all to collect data from students. I think it's unreasonable to ask that they get on a Zoom meeting that is in inaccessible language. I don't think that our families that don't speak English were communicated to properly. I think it's unfair that you're placing burden on staff to communicate what is going on. And you're then placing the burden on staff where if the school's close to acquaint these students, to do the emotional labor. These decisions are being made by admin, but they're not going to be fulfilled by admin. So you need more input from the community.
Our next three speakers are Devary Sheffer, Gara Miner, and Luis Colindres. Devary Sheffer?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, go right ahead.
Good evening, my name is Devary Sheffer, and I'm an educator at Glassbrook Elementary. I'm here tonight to urge the board to vote no on this proposal. Vote no to racism, vote no to inequity. Over these meetings that we've had, I've heard our community speak out and ask you guys to stop this. Please listen. In my classroom, I see the tears come down when my students think about our school closing. Sadly, these tears and the cries of outrage from our community don't seem to be a priority from the district. What is a priority seems to be the money. So here's my question. How come in this neatly organized and carefully designed presentation that the board presented to us, why aren't you showing us your salaries? We've asked about you guys cutting from the top. How much money are you guys making a year? And how much money can you give back to us? Thank you.
Gara Miner.
Hello, my name is Gara Miner. I am first off very, very pleased with Trustee Prada and what they've put down as far as comprehensive planning and strategizing for short-term allocated funds. I think that once you address what is happening right now with a lot of the communities, and that's what Hayward is, a community. That's why so many families have stayed there for so long. You're able to make gains that you can really rely on outside forces to make grants for and to allocate bonds for. Maybe you don't need to show them a comprehensive how you're going to save money, but perhaps a comprehensive how you're going to make money and incentivize families moving into Hayward. I think this should be considered, and I also think that the motion should be made by any member of the board for people who'd like to have additional comments recognized. Thank you.
Luis Colindres.
Hi, I just wanted to emphasize on the fact that ultimately there's so many questions that will be unanswered if the board or all these plans go ahead after today. There's too many unanswered questions to move forward. One of them really being the addressing of Bret Hart should be a priority. As like the other parent said, today having a 4.0 earthquake in the area, me feeling it myself this morning. It was just an awakening, and it should be really addressed very sooner than later. Thank you.
Madison Delgado.
Hello, good evening. My name is Daniel, and I have a question for the doctor. How do you want to be remembered in California education? As a leader who contributed to the education and academic training of school children, or as a person who limited and denied education? Thank you for my time. Have a good night.
Steve Diamond. Steve Diamond. Steve Diamond. Moving on, Lorena Martin. Lorena?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can, go right ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lorena Martin, and I am a first grade bilingual teacher at Glassbrook Elementary. Glassbrook's bilingual program is not the same as Schaefer Park's. They have a DLI program, and we don't. The bilingual program that we have at Glassbrook is what our community needs. I would like to know what will happen to our bilingual program. Will our program follow our students to Schaefer Park? My fear is that if Glassbrook closes, students will be pushed out of the very same program that was designed to serve them. With the demand of dual language immersion, there will be bilingual students that will be pushed out of the dual language immersion program to make room for the English only students that want to participate in that program. Will our future bilingual students have a guaranteed spot in the dual language immersion program at Schaefer Park? Thank you for your time.
Jonathan Peña? Jonathan?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
I'd like to say, as a Hayward stakeholder, first of all, God bless Hayward. Hayward has been a lifeline for so many people in the community, and schools serve a central part of that. You know, there's a real estate valuation consideration here for those residents, but honestly, I think it's a little disingenuous that the Castro Valley interests and the residents of that area somehow outweigh also the implications of Ochoa and the other communities affected in Hayward, because we are all aware of the disparities that exist within our city. I hope that the decision, whatever it may be, that we understand as a community, we got to build these bridges, clean that tunnel, go and make sure that our children are safe, and ensure that those speed bumps and speed traps get set up so that our kids do end up getting safe. Because if anything, this is a call to action to improve those places in which we are stating as a community are eyesores, because we seem to go by them and ignore them on a daily basis. So let's get together.
Heather Reyes?
Hi, thank you. I didn't think I'd get in. I raised my hand late. I just want to thank the board and all of the input that has been put in. I know there's been a lot from the community. And it's, you know, change is the one thing that stays constant. And so I don't envy any direction this is going to go in. But my daughter actually wanted to say something about Ochoa.
So Ochoa is, I went to Ochoa last for 2 years, my 7th grade and 8th grade year. I'm a 10th grader now. And personally, I think Ochoa is a beautiful community, and it's sad to see that it might go. Ochoa is like a family, and I will always keep it close to my heart. And I personally feel the teachers there deserve to keep their school.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board President Dr. Okinde, you have the floor.
Thank you. I want to just take a moment to thank you to all of our speakers who raised your hand tonight. I know it was important to the board to hear from all of you, and I just want to thank the board as well for being willing to extend the time to make that possible. I also just want to let you know that the board received all of it was, I think, hundreds of emails without exaggeration, and we read every one of them. We read the letters and the pieces of work that the students sent in. We read the survey results, the town hall meetings, and comments made at previous board meetings. So we do just want to assure you that tonight's comments are not the only ones that are informing how we think about this very important decision. So again, just thank you to all of you who came tonight to share your perspective with us. Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to call for a motion to recess for 5 minutes. There's a lot of people really dedicated to listening to this conversation. I think every week could use a quick break before we move on.
Sure, let's turn that over to the board if you're okay with, I'm sorry, Trustee Chaparro, you asked for how long?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Can you do a quick thumbs up, board, if you're okay with that 5-minute recess? Okay, we will be back then at, let's say, 9:32. Okay, it's 9:32. Welcome back. Thank you, Trustee Chaparro, for initiating that. But I was stumbling probably to say that our meeting was supposed to conclude at 9:30. So I apologize for being 2 minutes late and asking the board if we can extend until the action is complete. We can give, yeah, I know it was really important to hear from all of our community members. Yes, Trustee Prada.
I requested that to Dr. Wayne that the Glassbrook video is really very nice video be played at the board meeting. And I was wondering, I know he said it doesn't quite go with the presentation, but I still think it's relevant for tonight.
Okay, I guess I know that the board members all watched it. Did you, for the sake of the community seeing it, is that why?
Yeah, and it was asked by the community, like if it could be played. And I know that we didn't have board comments tonight. And so I was unable, I would have played it in place of my board comments.
Okay, I mean, I believe that the board watched it and I know it was all over our social media channels. So given that we're already 3 minutes over time and we're not in deliberation, unless there's objection from the majority of the board on that, I think we should get into making our decisions knowing that the board saw that video. Do we have objection to that? Okay, so we'll note that it is on social media. If you haven't had a chance to watch the video that the Glassbrook community produced, we highly encourage you to watch that video. And thank you, Trustee Prada, for bringing that up. Okay, so we have extended the meeting just to get us through the action. And then I also would like to, it's been over an hour at this point since we've heard what the board is being asked to do. So Dr. Wayne, I think it would just be helpful if you can offer us a recap of what you're asking. What does the board need to consider tonight as we move into making a motion?
Yes, thank you, because I know we just heard a lot, and what the board in July tasked district leadership to bring forward proposals for boundary changes and school closures to put the district on a path to long-term stability. You know, we talked about how difficult these conversations can be for a school community, and it really has been difficult. I mean, at one community meeting, someone shared that like the school closures are an easy way out to solving our problems. And having been in all these conversations, this is by no means the easy, you know, there's nothing easy about this. You know, it would have been easier to, you know, not have this conversation and hope things will improve, but we can't, you know, we can't do that. And I just want to say, we heard a lot from the community tonight. And I mean, I really do have great affection for the schools we're talking about. Like, you know, I've subbed at Bowman and been to writing celebrations at Glassbrook and visited the STEAM fair at Strobridge and participated in science experiments at Ochoa. And, you know, it's hard to know we're bringing forward recommendations in the short term are going to, you know, have a hard for some students, families, and staff at the schools, you know, and that's not why I got into education, to try to close schools. It was to try to lift up our community, you know, but also I know that I have a responsibility to be honest with our community. And as district superintendent, I can say, you know, the fundamental facts are not changing anytime soon. We have too many schools for too few students, you know, and that's what you're facing tonight. So, you know, what we've put forward are recommendations that we believe best position the district to be successful in the future while taking into account the feedback and concerns we've heard from the community. So we're seeking board action tonight on the resolution that's attached that lays out what we described in the presentation of the school closures for 22-23 and then 23-24, and then the relocations of programs, plus a commitment to address Bret Hart and have a solution from them based on what our original timeline was of the 2024-25 school year. And so then board action allows us to move forward to the next phase and do the transitioning of students and families that we talked about to start talking about our properties and also finish resolving the difficult issues that remain.
Okay, thank you for that recap. So board, we're clear on what we're making motions on. Anyone need any additional clarification? Okay, then we will go to a call for the motion.
I motion to not approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so in a motion made by Trustee Prada and seconded by Clerk Buffette. One moment, I'm just making my note here. We can now enter into deliberation. Trustee Prada, would you like to begin since you made the motion?
Yes, there's far too many holes in this. I don't feel like we were adequately given the opportunity to have stakeholders come together and have a clean slate, go through the budget. Everybody bring options to the table to work through this. It's been a very rushed, as we've heard over and over and over again, the community, the teachers, the principals, the staff feel unheard. They feel like a plan was made and pushed upon them. Initially, in the beginning, the board was presented with one option, which in my opinion is ludicrous. How do you make a decision when you're only given one option? Now that we have the second option, I feel like that is more of a starting point. And now we can continue to broaden this conversation and create better options. The first one was just so far out, like, you know, left field or whatever, that it enraged most of our HUSD community. It wasn't really a proper place to start. I do believe that we've gotten some opinions, but the way that the district has gone about opening the conversation is in a place of power and privilege. It's been, here's the presentation, this is the plan, and you need to get on board. And I'm asking that we give it more time and then actually create a space where we come as equals, where the community comes as equals and our stakeholders come as equals. We go through the budget, we look at our enrollment, we look at the honest numbers, and we create solutions. This does not mean that we won't end up closing some schools. You know, we very well might have to close some schools, but it will provide an opportunity for all those involved to feel like they gave it their all and had a chance. And so I really, really urge the board to pause on making this decision for tonight.
Thank you, Trustee Prada. Trustee Buffette, you did a second. Would you like to speak to your reasons why?
Yes, just to clarify too, the second is to open discussion and discuss this further, not necessarily an endorsement for the no. But I do want to just to really speak and help elevate the voice of the community here. I think it's very obvious what the community is telling us. They're asking us to pause, they're asking us to slow down here. I want to thank our district team for this proposal and working on this and coming back to us and being open for all the critiques that have occurred. And, you know, this is a very difficult decision. The future of this district is going to be highly impacted on what we do. The things that I have problems with this plan are the issues around transportation, issues of possible funding from federal or state levels that may occur, and I feel like are not necessarily taken into consideration. You know, I want us to find a way where we can proceed, where we are really looking at the best interests of the student. We say that all the time, but when we talk about routes to school and, you know, people are saying they are unsafe, and I've seen those routes and I've walked them, you know, those are the things that we need to have fully baked out in these plans of what we're doing, and not just be able to answer the question when it comes up. Those are the things that I think we need to see. You know, that's what I really want us to really focus on is, again, the impact of the student. You know, I really just want us to really come from the empathy side too. You have to look at this from each angle, from each community member. This isn't just a school. This is that, it's that specific community school. And what we're doing, I think, is antithetical to what we came on this board to do, and that's to build community. So I would like to hear what other people think, and, you know, what parts of this plan that you have critiques about and what you like about it.
Thank you, Clerk Buffette. Other board members want to add in here? Trustee Chaparro? No?
I think specifically to this motion, I have a couple of questions. Trustee Prada, I don't mean to, this is not attacking at all. It is a genuine question when I ask what numbers are not honest. And that's not, that's a part of a list of questions. So I don't know who could speak to any of these things, but I'm not sure what numbers or what data I've been given that is skewed. All I have is the data in front of me that looked pretty much like just data. And so that's all I've been really going off of when thinking about the analytical side of this conversation. But if there's more data out there, more numbers out there, or something else to look at, I would be interested in knowing if we knew what those numbers were. How slow are we talking if we are talking about slowing down? Because when I also look at that chart about how much time we've been afforded by way of the held harmless support that the state has given, that time is not long. And so if we use emergency funds to make up for that gap, that means that the money that we're spending on having this conversation and not going directly to students. So like, I want to bring that up simply so we can discuss that, because it seems like, a principal said it really well. We're in a lose-lose situation. That's for some, there's no way out of this where we win, And so the best we can do is make it close enough to a win for the students. And I'm not sure if spending that money to close that gap for another year or whatever to have the conversation does that. Yeah, and then finally, I'll save that last one for later because that's about the tunnel, but I think those questions are enough.
Thank you, Trustee Chaparro. Trustee Rowden?
It seems to me that there's two terms here that we just keep using interchangeably, and they're actually two very different things. And the terms are pause, and the other one is slow down. They don't mean the same thing. I met with a group a couple of weeks ago that encouraged us to slow down. And I feel like we have done that. I feel like this plan, this resolution that's been put before us tonight, is a symbol of that. It is, in fact, way slower than what was presented the first time around, which I agree with Trustee Prada that it was, pretty severe. All right. This one is much more workable, much more realistic. So am I for slowing down? Yes, I am, which I think we've done. Am I for pressing the pause button? Because pause can mean anything, an indefinite period of time. And we've heard a lot of comments tonight. Do I have share screen ability, Jenna? Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, Jenna, yes, you do.
Okay. I want to, people have said, you need to go and walk the routes. You need to do this. I just want to assure you that that has, in fact, been done. Okay. And the tunnel that we're talking about, please allow me to show you something. If I can do that, please.
We don't see your screen so far. Oh, here we go.
Oh, heck. Dog.
No, you're good. You're good. Oh.
Dr. Attenda, point of order. Just in the interest of fairness, we didn't let Trustee Prada show her video. I'm not sure it's fair to allow Mr. Rowden.
That is a very good point. That is a very good point. Accepted. Yes, I hear you.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. So anyway, I am not in favor of pausing. I am in favor of slowing down, which I feel like we are proceeding with a lot of caution. And so I am in favor of the resolution this evening. I will say that, and I have comments before I vote later.
Thank you. Okay, I guess when I'm thinking about the recommendation put forward by the district, I agree with a lot of the points we've heard from the community, a lot of the points made by board members. And I guess when I look at the recommendation, I see opportunity for expanded conversation. I certainly am in favor of bringing as many stakeholders to the table, especially as we look out into Bowman Strobridge next year. There are many months before that happens. I definitely think we should, as a board, part of whatever we decide to do would include having a transition team for when those schools are moving to close, if that is what the board decides to do. For the other conversations that would happen the following school year and the one after that, that's a 2+ year window where we would be able to convene a committee or several to talk about how to come to solutions for many of the things we've heard our community members put forward tonight. So I see in the recommendation the opportunity to do just that, to make sure that we have much more engagement and that there is as much input and inclusive collaboration as possible as we're looking at how to go forward and bring a plan forward for the schools that don't currently have one. So that's number one. And number two, related to the hold harmless funds and the extra funds we happen to have right now. I guess my concern around that is, yes, it's an idea to use those funds, but I guess when I'm looking at the comparison of what we could spend those funds on, I agree with Trustee Chaparro that it's not, to me, in alignment with our priorities to hold this off for longer. I think that what is in alignment with our priorities is what we have been working so hard to do in terms of programming for our students, supporting our English learners, working to create equitable outcomes for all of our students, having a literacy committee, pushing for restorative practices, the anti-bias, anti-racism work that we've been committed to in the district. And, there's so much more that we want to be doing and that directly impacts our students. And so I guess when I hear the potential solution to use these extra funds to, keep these few schools open for perhaps another year, to me, the trade-off there is one that doesn't feel in alignment with our values of what we say we prioritize in the district. And then second, I guess I wonder how much is going to be different in a year from now of slowing. And so I'm definitely not going to vote in favor of this motion. I think there are ways that we can build into a vote to approve these recommendations some of the stopgaps that address the concerns we've heard from the community tonight, that build the infrastructure into this that will provide more of that solutions-based and community-led effort. So I will not be supporting the motion that is currently on the floor, and I look forward to hearing other thoughts if there are any. Otherwise, we'll go to a vote on that motion, but I want to see if any board members have final thoughts. Yes, Trustee Prada.
Clarify, because I've heard you and another trustee say that putting it off for a year, that I did not put a time on that pause. I didn't say we pause it for a year, maybe a couple of months or something of that sort. Is what I'm saying. I did not say that we need to pause it for a year. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, just a recognition. What I heard was that to not approve the recommendations. So that's the motion that we're talking about. Unless there's an amendment, but that's what I was making comment to.
Trustee Prada, are you answering my question when I asked how long or how slow were we talking about the pause?
Okay, so yeah, I guess it was you, Trustee Chaparro, and Trustee Okinda, who was a year, and I didn't give a time for it. I was not thinking a year. I was thinking more of a couple of months or so that we could have a significant amount of conversation and collaboration, and then come back to the table. I was not thinking let's postpone this for a full year. So I just wanted to clarify that.
No, thank you for that clarity, because I'm the one who put the year marker on it only. I was trying to understand what we were talking about. So thank you.
Excuse me, the motion on the floor is to not approve recommendations. There is no motion regarding pausing.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Trustee Buffete.
I think, kind of hearing my colleagues and their statements, I'd like to substitute the motion on the floor and to pass the resolution, but with the amendment that we only proceed with the first phase, the 2022-23, and we put a pause on the Glassbrook, Ochoa plans, Bret Hart, Faith Ringgold, Helen Turner, et cetera. Slowing down is what this community is asking for. I might not be fully in favor of pausing. I know that we have a responsibility to this community to make sure that this district is fiscally solvent. But I think we can learn a lot from this first phase, see how that plays out, and then implement that for the further parts of this plan. There's nothing stopping us from breaking this up and doing it in phases. And I think that's might be the compromise that we might have to go with here.
Okay, so just to, for the board's sake and the community's sake, the way that this works is we had a motion and a second, we deliberated, but once a substitute motion is placed, we have to settle that matter first. So we're tabling Trustee Prada's motion, entertaining this substitute motion. Trustee Buffete, I believe you said to approve the 22-23 part of the recommendation, but pause the remainder. And can you just maybe clarify a little bit more what you mean by pause? There's been a lot of miscommunication around that term. So what do you mean by that? Because that's for the 23, 24, 24, 25 school years.
Yes, it's not proceeding with those plans until we reopen those discussions. I think we need to learn from how this first phase goes out and then proceed from there.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second that so we can discuss it.
Okay. One moment, let me just make this note so I keep us on track.
In my notes, I'm not using the word pause, I'm using the word table. Is that appropriate, or should I use it because the term pause?
Clerk Buffete, are you comfortable with the term table in place of pause?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
But it's not the same. Sorry.
Okay, so Trustee Buffete, I'd like to, if there was anything else you wanted to add as a persuasive tactic behind your motion, you have the floor.
I think we're hearing very different sides to this issue right now. I think our board is kind of all over the spectrum on where they land on this. I think this substitute motion incorporates what people like about this proposal, but also has that caution of slowing down and making sure that we do this right, we do this correctly, and that we're continually keeping the community and their interests at the forefront. I really think this is a compromise for us to pass, and it addresses the budget issues that we have in the immediate, but also make sure that we proceed very carefully and thoughtfully moving forward.
Trustee Chaparro, you did a second. Did you have anything you'd like to add to that?
When I hear this motion, first I just wanted it to open up so we can have the conversation, but at the same time, I see an opportunity for us to implement some restorative practices in this this slowdown, whatever the describing word is, right? Where
table.
We're using table. Okay. I think that there's a lot of both and going on. I think that the district has done what it feels is its part to communicate. I feel on the other end, some people may not have felt communicated to. I feel that people have not intended to be disrespectful, and maybe for other reasons, culturally or what have you, people may feel disrespected. There's many ways to view it all, but I'm not sure that we've had the opportunity to really sit down and to calm our energies and to really look at this. I'm going to say again, because I know we have, and I know we've spent a lot of time, but when I hear Trustee Prada speak to a couple of months versus, me thinking we were talking about a year or what have you. I'm not sure I see that being a problem. I'm not sure that I see that being a real issue if we're going to come down and really just focus on the issue. We might be doing something brand new. We might be doing something really brave. We might be doing something that other communities will look at and say, wow, did they really stop all that motion just so that they can make sure that, people understood better what was going on? I don't know the answer to those questions, but those are the things that are circling in my mind right now as we have this conversation.
Thank you. Trustee Rowden?
I'd like someone to answer the question for me or for us. What are the ramifications if we don't? I mean, everything that Trustee Buffetti just said is very appealing to me on its surface, but what are the unseen ramifications of it? What are the things that we're not seeing that can make it go sideways? These sorts of things tend to have a domino effect. And the only person I know that can answer that is you, Dr. Wayne. So.
Yes. And so I think a few thoughts. One, the challenge with waiting a few months is it really makes implementing any changes for 22, 23 incredibly difficult, because in January is when open enrollment happens, and we start that process. By March, we need to make staffing decisions, and then we start setting up schedules and the middle school schedules, transportation routes. Like if that's like, we cannot do our community justice by trying to do that starting in in February and March. And so the ramifications. And so that I see. I don't see how it's feasible to be able to make a decision. Let's say it came back in March to be able to implement for 22, 23. So we would be talking about 23, 24 and beyond. I think if you talk about the substitute motion that was made, it does give us time to do what Mr. Buffetti says, is implement, for the first phase and to learn from that. It would mean we would be able to realize those budget savings this year, but we wouldn't have them for next year. So we'd have to factor that into our budget planning process, because you heard the county always asks us for 3 years of budget. And I think the two other concerns are, does it leave a lot of uncertainty for schools for just, without a clear, timeline for where we're going? And then 3, like we put the date for resolving Bret Hart and Faith Ringgold as June 23, because the process we're talking about, if we're going to go back and get community members together and talk through things, that takes some time. And, we couldn't rush and do that in a month or two and come back with some real answer. And that's what we're really saying. It'd take another year and a half. So I think those are some of the trade-offs we'd have to consider for the, for both, trying to bring something in 3 months, which really doesn't seem possible. And then also just doing, tabling the rest of the plan. That definitely presents challenges too.
Do I still have the floor, Dr.
You do. Yes.
So I guess, one question leads to another, I guess, but what are the possibilities here of making, what did you call yours, Mr. Buffetti, an alternative motion, right?
A substitute motion.
A substitute motion, right. Is it possible to make a substitute motion to the substitute motion that incorporates the best of Trustee Buffetti and what he is saying, and yet just with a tweak?
I'd prefer you do an amendment, but let's hear what you have to say first.
Well, I was going to say, let's go ahead and move forward. This is what I'm thinking. Move forward with the plan as it is, with the resolution as it's been presented to us tonight, but with the addendum or whatever you want to call it, that we can change it, if things arise, if situations change. Let's keep year 1 intact and move forward on years 2 and 3 and keep it there also, but with the addendum that if necessary, as we see things arising, that we can change it.
Dr. Wayne, can you speak to the clarification on that? Because that that alters the recommendation that it would need to continue to come back to the board. But I think there are deadlines. Just can you offer clarification about what Mr. Rowden is asking for here?
Yeah, I think I think I understand what he's asking. That if if something comes up in the next 6 months that we learn something that would could potentially alter it, that the board has an opportunity to come back, right? Come back and revisit.
Revisit it, yes.
Yeah. I think the challenge with that is there need to be more specificity on that, because again, it kind of leaves everybody in uncertainty. What's the thing that can come up that in 6 months would say, okay, you know what, we're going to do something differently with, with Ochoa or Glassbrook, the year 2 schools. I think we'd have to say year 1 for sure has to go through. I'd want some more parameters on year 2 and 3, because we, and again, I hear the feedback about like, whoa, this seemed like a lot, but our approach is to have something, well thought out and with time to plan and time to implement in the way that we know you, and more importantly, our community expects to be able to, take the time and do things well.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion on the floor, which now we need to address that before we address the other substitute motion. So do we have a second to Mr. Rowden's proposal? I would be willing to amend that, but I agree that is a little too loose for my liking in terms of options there. So I'll second that substitute motion with the amendment that I believe there need to be around the 22-23, there needs to be a transition team in place around that. And that the remainder, there needs to be a solutions team or whatever you end up calling it that involves all the stakeholders, that there is a lot of conversation, consensus building around that to look at what is the plan for both of those subsequent years. And I'll leave it at that for now and see what the board says. So I'm sorry, I need to make note of this additional substitute motion. One moment, please.
Okay, so as you're making your note, what I have at 10:02 p.m. is an amendment to the substitute motion made by Rowden to approve recommendations as presented by staff with authority to amend in the future on the basis of new information, seconded by Dr. Okenda with an amendment that there be a transition team for 22-23. Remainder needs to be a solutions team that involves all the stakeholders, conversation, consensus building for both subsequent years.
Okay, I think that covers it. Mr. Rowden, yes.
Leaving the first year intact in planning as the resolution said for 22-23.
So approve recommendations as presented by staff for year 22-23 with authority to amend in the future on the basis of new information as applicable to 22-23, or ability to amend in the future as in relationship to 23, 24, 25.
Yes, that.
Okay.
That. Although they're interconnected. Like, for example, does that mean a part of 22-23's plan was to have no 7th graders at Ochoa and no kindergartners at the others? So are we still going to do that? See, they're interconnected. So I'm not sure how to address that.
Yeah, that's something we will need to entertain. So, Mr. Rowden, you now have the floor because of the substitute motion you just put forward. Did you have anything additional you wanted to say around it?
No, that was just my motion, I guess. I like what Mr. Buffetti said very much, but I'm a little bit queasy about, not having plans for what's happening in 22-23 and 23-24. So I feel like we need to move forward with our plan with the idea that it can be amended as needed, I guess, or changed as needed.
Okay. Trustee Prada, I know you had your hand up from before, but you haven't spoken yet on the previous substitute motion. Did you want to speak to this one now?
So it's getting kind of confusing.
No, sorry.
In all honesty. So I'm hearing from Trustee Buffetti would be to separate out the proposals. And so we basically would just vote on phase one and not accept the other proposals that are on the table, with phase, I guess, Glassbrook, Ochoa, and then Red Heart, Faith Ringel, and Helen Turner. Is that correct?
Tabling and not accepting are two different things. And so when Trustee Buffetti is saying table, he's deferring the vote. So it vacates them as an item brought forward. So the staff has the ability to bring it back. If you're not tabling and you're making a decision to approve 23-24, but not approve, you have voted down the plan for 23-24 and 24-25. And so then it could not be brought back to the board except by the person, the person, and I have to look at the details, but there's a very specific trustee that would have to be able to bring that back. So tabling it gives the staff the room to bring it back.
Okay. I'm leaning more towards that than the second amendment, the other amendment that was presented.
Trustee Chaparro, we haven't heard from you on either of these yet, I don't think. Did you want to weigh in?
Not quite yet. I'm looking for something, but Trustee Buffetti has his hands up.
Okay, great. Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Buffetti.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that we also want to listen to is the history of our district and the community, right? And I think one of the biggest critiques, and fair or not, and a lot of people might have not been here when that happened, but there is a distrust of Hayward Unified leadership of our board, and we are a different board. We have shown that we are willing to change that narrative and change that relationship and improve that relationship. I think one of our biggest things is really focusing on experiences, the experiences that we provide to our students, to our staff, to our parents, the community. And I really think we need to listen here. And I think my substitute motion from before encompasses that. It addresses the immediate budget concerns, but also slows down for the community. And I mean to slow down. We really do. We got to, it's not, we've done a lot in the last month to revise these plans. I don't see why we can't do that when we come back and table the second and third parts of that phase. So I'd like to make a substitute motion to break this up into those three phases, past phase one, and then re-examine. We always talk about how we want to evaluate the things we do on this board and make things better. What I'm asking for is for us to do that exact thing. Pass this, phase one, re-examine, and then we'll see if we proceed with 2 and 3. All the unknown factors of people coming back from COVID, extra funding from other levels of government, those things might happen in that meantime, and we'll adjust our strategy then. Again, we don't need to commit to this 3-year plan. We can break it up.
Okay, so it sounds like Trustee Prada and Trustee Buffetti are both in the camp of being supportive of Trustee Buffetti's first substitute motion, and then the Trustee Rowden and I are in favor of the recommendation with more parameters around what that slowing down looks like. So Trustee Chaparro, if you could give us a sense of where you are on this, it might help us figure out what do we need to do to sort of get all of us onto we're pretty close to a same page right now. I think the tabling and the parameters, it's a very similar conversation. So we're heading in a direction that I think there's going to be consensus, but I just want to see where, hear from everyone on this before we determine how to proceed.
I have my thought, and so I think that that we do I'm leaning towards towards the stronger parameters. Like I want to know some deadlines. I don't want to just leave it that we're going to make a decision sometime in the future. I want to know when we're going to make a decision by, so everyone can prepare. As we're also thinking about having these conversations, I'm wondering if we need somebody from the outside to facilitate that conversation as a point of building that trust. I'm also going back to restorative practices in my head and actually have some people in mind who are amazing at that kind of work nearby here in the Bay. So that could be a conversation for later if we choose to go that way. But I'm wondering if that's the way we need to go so that everyone feels that they are actually at an even table.
Okay, so what I am hearing is agreement with the one that's on the floor at the moment. But what I think is also important is, Trustee Buffette, one thing you said that I think we would need to have further conversation on is Ochoa and Glassbrook in particular. They are in some ways part of phase one because phase one would have them move kindergarten and Ochoa. So one of the problems of that tabling, in my opinion, is we do need to make it some kind of decision about that tonight. So I think it was Trustee Rowden who said these things are all kind of intertwined. So given that the majority of the board is headed toward the supporting this current substitute motion that is on the floor, I want to open it up for what other I hear an amendment to add a facilitated conversation. What other things are you all thinking about how to get to more on the same page here? Yeah, Trustee Prada.
I just wanted to clarify that they're not very similar. One is a firm commitment to close 6 schools, and the other closes 2 schools and lets us all rethink. So I just wanted to clarify that Trustee Rowden and Trustee Okinda's was to a firm commitment to close 6 schools. And what Trustee Buffetti and I are saying is to close 2 schools and rethink the rest of the plan. So I just wanted to make sure you know it's not a similar.
My understanding, Dr. Wayne, can you clarify that the whether it's a firm commitment to close 6 schools, is that accurate?
No, it's to close 4 schools, Strobridge, Bowman, Ochoa, Glassbrook, and then relocate Faith and Bret Hart. So those are two relocations.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Trustee Rowden, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
That's okay. So affirm on the first phase, and then as if you fail to plan, then you plan to fail. So it's like for those second and third years, what I didn't want to do is just throw the proposal out the window and now we don't have anything. I wanted to keep it in place, but I also wanted them to be flexible so that if something happens, that we don't have to close schools, that we can revisit it and take a look at it. That was my thinking. I don't know how to verbalize it and make it right, but I think you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think the amendment that I offered is a chance to bring more people in, have an exploratory committee about what we're doing with those in phase 2 and 3, and then bring it. I'm sorry, Dr. Wayne, there's already something built into the resolution, as I understood, that there will be times already when it comes back to the board. Is that correct?
Well, so the part you're talking about is when I shared about the relocations. We said, if you authorize the relocation piece, we'd bring that for like Bret Hart, Faith Ringgold, as well as Helen Turner and Branquist in adult school in June of 2023, the implementation plan for that. So that's a year and a half from now, because they're scheduled to move, for the 24-25 school year. And so we need to bring, have the plan. I mean, we really need it sooner than that, but saying, because June of 23 gives you the 23-24 school year to plan. So that's why it still gives us a year to plan. That's the date that's built in there.
Okay. Trustee Rowden, go ahead.
Yes, because I was thinking at the end of all of this, staff has to have some kind of direction to know how to plan, So I didn't think we should throw the next 2 phases out the window. But flexibility to confer and talk about it, change as needed, if needed, and to get more input from the community. Because if we don't keep it afloat, then it looks like we're planning to do nothing for Bret Hart, and to make those needed changes to get it off that fault. It looks like we're kicking the can down the road once again, and I don't want to do that.
Trustee Prada?
I just want to say, because there's so much uncertainty and there's still a lot of work to be done, this option provides the space. It's not completely starting over from scratch. It's actually allowing the space to bring in more, like I said, more collaboration, bring in more ideas, to hopefully find more funding, to look at the idea of community schools, wraparound services, to allow the community to rally and provide resources. And the district actually, because the way we are now, we're completely disjointed. Our district's on fire. And so what this does, it allows the space for true, and like I've said over and over again, I know I'm being repetitive, but true and honest collaboration. I'm not saying, bump everything that has been done so far, but I am saying let's allow the space to have stakeholders come in, to have a true, honest conversation about the budget, about our options, about what legislation is coming down the line that we can apply into our to our schools, and just pause. So I know we're playing back and forth with these words, but this is exactly, my original feeling is to pause the whole thing and have this deeper conversation. But I understand I don't have that support here for that. So what Trustee Buffetti has put forward is a really good, second option. And it allows us to take apart this proposal and allow the time to make it stronger, to have other input come in, and to not completely be disjointed and disconnected from our community who is pleading for us to listen and to hear them. And so I don't feel like I know better than the students, the teachers, the principals, or the staff that has worked on this. But what I am saying is that we've given a pretty large platform to the district to present these proposals, and we haven't given the same amount of space for the community to actually collaborate. And I know that our stakeholders want to come forward and they want to do that work because, everything is on the line. And so honestly, it's up to us as trustees who represent this community to allow them the space, in my opinion, to do that and to fight as hard as they can. And then for all of us to face what we're going to face, but to allow ourselves to at least fight as hard as we can and to give them that space. And so that's why I'm in agreement with Trustee Buffetti.
Okay, any other deliberation on this motion?
I substitute the current motion with the original motion that I had presented.
Okay, I'm gonna just, I don't know if I guess I have to ask the board. This is becoming a little much. I would like to vote on the current motion. If it fails, we have to go back to the previous motion, but we can just keep doing this all night, making substitute motion after substitute motion. So without objection, I'm going to ask that we focus on the second substitute motion that's already on the floor and then go from there. Can I just see a hands of if everyone's okay with doing that?
Well, I think the way that our policies are written out is if I get a second, it should be substituted.
Right. But I also, as the chair, have the ability to determine how the meeting is going to run, but I can be overruled. That's why I'm asking if the majority of the board wants to continue to allow the substitute motions to keep going, then we can do that. We already have 2 substitute motions and an original one at this point, and I'm worried this will just go on and on. So I'm going to ask for the pausing, deal with this one, see what happens, and go back. But again, it has to be the majority of the board agreeing to do that. So can I see those in favor of dealing with the substitute motion that is currently on the floor? Okay, so we stay with that. I would like to add, I hear Trustee Prada, and to me, it's just a difference of semantics, what we're saying here, because in the amendment that I offered to Trustee Rowden's proposal, there is an additional 2.5 years of conversation that has stakeholder input, that is collaborative, that can include an outside facilitator. So I don't think what we're saying is that different. I think that the tabling, as Ms. Rodriguez pointed out, has to go through a little bit of a more intensive process to bring it back. And then it also halts what initial things can start to move forward. As I mentioned, one of those things is that part of phase 1 is to not have 7th grade and not have, well, I guess it's not any new enrolled students at Ochoa and Glassbrook. So something that I think we do need to talk about, and I would ask for an additional amendment, is that we pause on those 2 things, continue forward with Glassbrook and Ochoa in the, honoring the need that the board and the community has asked for all of this to just kind of, get more input before we go forward. And then otherwise we approve the recommendations with the previous amendment that was already made, because we do need to either detach. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me that we're doing this exploration and yet we're still moving forward with a phased out of Ochoa and Glassbrook. So I'd ask that halts as well. Mr. Rowden, I am amending my amendment to your substitute motion. Are you okay to continue with that?
Yeah, I guess the question is, again, are there ramifications here that if we do that we're not seeing?
Mr. Wayne or Dr. Wayne?
Yeah, I appreciate the discussion, but I with all the amendments, I do think there's going to need to be clarity, because tomorrow morning, people are going to ask us, is Glassbrook, what schools are closing? And is Glassbrook and Ochoa, are they closing? And I'm not, we need clarity to the answer to that question from whatever is approved. And I kind of lost the clarity on that one.
So Dr. Wayne, the people need to know whether to enroll their kindergartners at Glassbrook and their 7th graders in Ochoa, usually by the spring of the year, right? So can we keep it as is for now, but again, with the option to change come next January?
So one thing I will say, if you approve something, this is what Ms. Rodriguez said. If you approve something, you always have the option to bring it back. The people any board member who's approved something can bring it back. It's when you vote no on something that you can't bring it back, because that would allow board members to continually bring something back every meeting. So that's why the policy is as is. The challenge is if you take what Dr. Akenda is saying and you say, okay, we're going to continue to let in kindergarten and 7th grade students, but then we are in 2 years going to close the schools. We're redrawing the boundaries twice. right? Because so for next year, kindergarten students, we still have a Glassbrook boundary. So families who start to enroll, it really is January when they start to enroll, would say, okay, I live next to Glassbrook, I'm going to Glassbrook. And then a year later, we'd have to bring forward to you new boundaries that show, Glassbrook now a part of it. So that's the part that why I am, pushing for clarity, because, they're going to ask. It's going to be the same thing for Ochoa families. And what I will say, we did do the Ochoa proposal, adjust that proposal, because then 7th graders are going to join Ochoa. And then if they close the next year, are we putting that out for another year so they could finish up 8th grade there? Or are we just saying the 7th graders then who start next school year would have to move again in 23-24 because we're moving forward with the plan?
If we move forward with that, my thinking is that it would be then all, the 7th and 8th graders would leave at the same time. That's my thinking.
Yeah, so the 8th graders would move on, but the 7th graders would start at Ochoa. They'd end at King or Winton. Right? Because if we let 7th graders in next school year, and then we close Ochoa 23-24, those 7th graders end up, having to switch schools.
Can you put the proposal on a share screen?
Yeah, I know the years make it. Can EIT put up slide? It's helpful to see. Can EIT put up slide? Let me get to it.
While that's happening, for clarity, I have what I believe to be on the floor is the amendment to a substitute motion, as had been made by Rowden, to approve the recommendations as presented by staff for year 22-23, with the authority to amend 23-24 and 24-25 in the future on the basis of new information. The second by Okenda having an amendment that there be a transition team for 22 and 23, that the remainder years need to have a solutions team that involves all stakeholders, conversation, consensus building for both subsequent years, that a suggestion to include an amendment to add facilitated conversation, and with Dr. Okenda further adding the amendment that's being discussed right now to halt the phasing out component of Glassbrook and Ochoa.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, can you show the one that has the schools?
Yeah, so sorry, slide 14. Right, so what I'm saying is, if you accept students in 23-24, if you accept Glassbrook and Ochoa students for next year, and you change the recommendation for the proposal we brought forward and change it, the problem is in 23-24, those students now would have to go to another school if you stick with this timeline.
Right.
And I guess I'm okay with that, because if we form these committees, whatever we're going to call them, I think it allows them to have a full discussion on Glassbrook and Ochoa, and be thoughtful about what that closure looks like without already having sort of made a step in that direction without their input. So I would be in favor of taking that asterisk off of Glassbrook and Ochoa and just having the conversation be that they're set to close, but we have a meaningful conversation around that for the year and a half before that needs to begin.
And I'm really uncomfortable not hearing what Trustee Buffetti had to say. I understand you're in charge of the meeting, but
I don't see any hands raised. So if people would like to weigh in, of course, this is time for deliberation. So. Trustee Buffetti?
I want us to kind of get to a point too where we all kind of have to compromise. I feel like a part of our board is doing a significant amount of compromise in here. And we're not really getting it back from our colleagues. We're trying to represent the voice of what everyone has been telling us for the last month of slowing down and having that intention. I think a big step in repairing that relationship with the community is to listen to them and to do this in phases. Again, the phase addresses the immediate needs for the budget, but gives us the same flexibility that I believe Trustee Rowden wants in the future. It just doesn't set it in stone. So I don't know how to convince the rest of my colleagues that, but we have a duty to really elevate the voice that's not being heard right now. And I really believe we're not listening to the people.
I would say that you are correct. There really isn't that much difference in what we're saying. The only thing is that I just don't want the plans for 23, 24 and 24, 25 to be out the window and have to start from scratch. That's all. Otherwise I would say, let's just go with your proposal. I'm fine with it, outside of that. So I don't know.
Trustee Prada?
So as far as trust goes, I do not believe that there is trust in the community, the committees that are formed to make these, have these conversations and make these decisions. When I'm talking about like honest collaboration, it's not something that is designed in the way that we've always done things, but thinking more creatively and on how we approach this and how we hear from stakeholders and have a collaborative discussion. So I'm not satisfied with like, let's make a team, a transition team and another team and a team, because the fact that the team that brought this or their information was pulled to create these proposals is so upset that they broke off, makes me lose trust in our ability to build a team to face these issues. So I'm asking, like, we need to be, it can't all come from up here, up top. There needs to be an honest conversation on how to collaborate so that everyone feels heard and so that all options are exhausted, and we come up with an idea. By voting for the amendment in this, it's saying like, it's very hard to undo once something is done. So we vote for this and it passes, these schools on this list close, and we will have side conversations. It's very hard to unroll what has already been rolled out. And so I just want to make sure that itself is clear too. But yeah, the teams that are built need restructuring. And we really need to listen on how to build that table, because that's a huge issue that we have in this district as HUSD. We think we know best, and we don't. But we could function better if we provided a space of true collaboration. And this is an opportunity for us to do that. It's an opportunity for us to not be like, this is what we're going to do. We'll let you talk about it in a way that we're going to structure it. It's very white supremacy, like going on right here. We're going to tell you how to do it. We're going to tell you exactly how to do it and what's going to be done. And we're not really going to change because we're not really listening to you anyway. So I'm asking and I'm pleading, like, we need to listen. We need to listen to this very brown community that is pleading with us to allow them to have a voice at the table, to allow them to tell you how they want their education to look like, how they matter, I read through every letter. I saw every artwork from all of the children. And I went to some of the schools and I saw the kids at Glassbrook fighting. And so the reason why I keep unmuting, raising my hand and pleading with my other trustees is I'm just trying to represent those children and those people in that community who don't always get a seat at the table, because I have a seat at this table. And so it's my duty to continue to fight that their voices be heard. So I'm doing my best.
Trustee Rowden.
The last thing I want to do is to be perceived as that board member that is everything you just described. So I am totally okay. I will withdraw my motion. And I would like to ask that we considered Dr. Buffetti, excuse me, Mr. Buffetti's proposal instead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rowden. So we've withdrawn the substitute motion that's currently on the floor, and we go back now to Trustee Buffetti's, and that was seconded by Mr. Chaparro. So it's to approve the 22-23 and then table the remainder. But here again, we're at the question of Glassbrook and Ochoa, because that is currently tied to phase one. So we do still need to just make sure we're clear on that. Trustee Chaparro.
I need clarity on the fullness of this motion. I was under the impression that we were going back to the last motion so that we could deal with it, get it done, and see if we were going to move on to this motion, which I think we've done. But in all that conversation, I could use some bullet points as to what we're talking about.
Right. So the way that the procedural order works is that when a substitute motion is on the floor and it gets a second, it is dealt with before the motion that was previously on the floor. And after that deliberation, Mr. Rowden decided to withdraw his substitute motion. So it's no longer on the floor for conversation. And we now go back to the original substitute motion that Trustee Buffetti made that you seconded. So what that is, if you're looking at the screen, is an approval of the 22-23 and a tabling of the 23-24, 24-25. Trustee Buffetti, is that an accurate representation?
Correct.
Okay. Trustee Chaparro, did you have additional deliberation on that?
No, I think that 23-24, 24-25 needs some more conversation. I hear, Doctor, I think when we have that conversation, that this is not going away. This is still a solution that's on the table. It's not done away with because we're going to have a conversation. If we can't come up with a better answer, this is still our answer. But the opportunity to have that conversation one more time, or however we form it, I think clearly needs to happen. I think the community has stated that enough that we do need to just give it one more shot in terms of a conversation. Again, though, if we can't come up with something better than this, then this is what we have, so.
Other deliberation? For me, it's still the issue with the previous one. I want to make sure, I would ask one of you to amend your motion to include these intentional committees, because if we want to make sure that certain voices are represented, that we need to give direction for that to happen. So I would ask either of you to consider adding that amendment, if you would, to get those two committees formed.
I'd be willing to add the amendment. I mean, I think, again, this is a compromise. We want all of our parts into this proposal moving forward. And again, I'm happily willing to add that to the plan, because this is something that we all need to agree upon and feel comfortable moving forward with. So yes,
Okay.
makes sense.
Clarifying that includes a transition team for 22-23 and solutions teams for 23-24, 24-25.
Yeah, and that those teams need to come back to the board so that we can ensure that the full stakeholder groups are at that table, because I think what we've heard loud and clear is that it can't just be the district making these decisions and working on these plans. We want to ensure that the full stakeholder group is brought in, something like the school usage design team. I mean, I don't know, but we would need to approve how those committees look, who's on them, the process, perhaps a facilitator, et cetera, because there is a restorative conversation, I think, that needs to be had here. So it's just really important to me that whoever is in these conversations, it's not just the district moving these plans forward, that there is a infrastructure in place for who's having these conversations. That's all I'm getting at here. So thank you, Trustee So basically, Ms. Rodriguez, what was on the previous substitute motion, that same amendment could be applied here.
There are other things that were on that motion, so I'm just trying to clarify if those also vacated.
We haven't come to consensus yet about the Glassbrook Ochoa, so just the first part for now.
Understood.
And then we do need to determine still, board, what to do about Glassbrook and Ochoa, because they are part of the 22-23. So I guess, Trustee Buffete, would you please, where is your inclination on that, given you made the motion?
Yeah, I think if we're going to be, approving the phase one, I think anything tied to phase two shouldn't be linked to it. And we could kind of proceed from there. Again, that's, we'll have a way better idea after seeing how these two go, of how we proceed with the other ones. And I think the best thing to do is not just still attach it as to phase one.
Okay, so you've added that to your motion.
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Rodriguez, then now we can add the amendment I made in the last one to this one under Trustee Buffete, that Glassbrook and Ochoa are not going to do that, not accepting new students. So they will be accepting new students in 22-23.
Understood.
Yeah. Dr. Wayne, are there any points of clarification that we need before we call for the vote?
Yes. So just so I understand a few things. One, so in this motion, the answer to the question of whether Glassbrook and Ochoa are closing in 23-24 is?
That will be up to these committees, and this is now tabled for those committees to have further conversation. So as of right now, the answer is we don't know. Maybe, maybe not. That is for these committees to bring forward to the board.
So the answer is no, not right now.
At this moment, the answer is no, yes.
Okay. And then okay, and then the second question I have, then I'll get to the committees, is, so if someone asks, will Bret Hart be moved by 24-25? The answer to that is?
Basically, all of the things in those second two columns are tabled for now. And there will need to be a proposal that comes back to the board about what we're doing with Glassbrook, Ochoa, Bret Hart, Faith Ringgold, Helen Turner, and Brinkwitz Hayward Adult School.
Okay. And then I think that's the, that's the other point of clarification around the direction with the committees. I understand the transition team, and I think it makes sense. It's been 15 years, we said, since we've closed schools. We want to transition students well, and having a team that involves stakeholders as part of that process will be really important. So that and then can inform future actions by the board. That I understand. I think for the solutions team, though, what I am concerned about for the community and frankly for staff and for us is like we're going into a pretty broad an open-ended conversation without expectations of what the board is looking for. So just to clarify, is what the board is specifically asking for a solutions team to come up with solutions to the fact that Glassbrook and Ochoa have had declining enrollment and are in old facilities that we can't fix, and that Faith Ringgold is in an old facility and has had low enrollment, is not a sustainable program as is, and in our current budget situation, and that Bret Hart is on a fault and can't be, that where we can't modernize the school. Like that's specifically what we're answering, because I've heard, because I just want to go back to the fact that, the school, the operational sustainability plan, it was about long-term stability. It wasn't just in response to a 22-23 budget issue. We started planning this long before, before COVID, before budget. And so to make sure we're not like, I think I hear at least you and Ms. Rowden said it, but I want to be sure for the whole board. We're not starting over. We're not, going through a whole process again to say like, what should we do? But we're actually saying, we need to address these issues, and what was put forward, we're tabling for now. See if you come back with something else, but we're going to need to address those.
I believe it was Trustee Prada who said this team is, maybe there is still a proposal for school closures, maybe not. This is part of what this stakeholder group is going to need to determine and look and weigh. And the conversation about priorities in our programming, they're going to need to take a deeper dive, slow down. I mean, this is a year and a half for Glassbrook and Ochoa and 2.5 years for the other schools. So there's time to really have an in-depth conversation and look at this more closely. So I think that's what the board is asking for in that respect. Is that what we're getting at here? Can you let me know your... Okay.
Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry.
So Dr. Wayne was asking, is he essentially taking forward what this proposal is and doing a stakeholder group? And we're saying, yes, but also we want to make sure that there's plenty of time to slow down. So there does need to be a little bit of backing up, looking at the budget, looking at programming, all of that. There's time to do that now. So it's not going back to the drawing board, but it's not saying, here's the proposal and this is what we're doing and help us, right? There needs to be a more in-depth conversation.
Thank you. Yes, then that's my thumbs up.
Okay. I'm sorry, I thought there was a hand raised. Sorry. Mr. Rowden has his hand up.
So I think also in all of this, you need to make sure that for 23, 24, and 24, 25, that if we're exploring other options other than these closures, that there's a dollar figure attached to it. Like you showed us, X amount of dollars would be saved by doing this or that. So we need to know what that dollar figure is. And whoever is on your, what did you call it, the solutions team, needs to have that in mind as they go to town on this.
I mean, there are various implications. You asked about them earlier. I mean, the other thing is, we have a Measure H bond program, right, that, don't have funds allocated for every single school. And now we're continuing with schools that, are in, needing of major repairs, and there's not funding for that. So, yeah, I mean, that's why I wanted to be very narrow, not narrow, but very clear what issues we're addressing, right? When we formed the team, a year and a half ago, it was much broader. It was, the questions you heard me bringing up tonight overall. We have too many schools, too few students, declining enrollment, not enough funding to repair our schools, kids in schools 50, 60 years old. This is a much more narrow conversation that we're having. It's not, like you said, not starting over, saying, okay, we took a step. Before we take the next step, we want to check in again, basically. And in a different way. I hear that direction too.
Okay. Trustee Prada.
Sorry, I lost my mouse. So I was wondering, we've had a discussion, can we vote?
Once we ensure that everyone's ready for that, yes, we will.
Can I clarify one more thing too?
If it's brief, yes.
Yeah, no, just because we've been going over the 22, 23 also includes the SIAC and Hub preschool moves, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, any other deliberation from the board or points of clarification? Okay, seeing none, we'll call for the vote. I'm going to just remind us that we are looking at approving that 22-23 with the amendments to form these committees for intentional and meaningful stakeholder input, tabling 23, 24, 24, 25, for those committees to convene on, and also removing the asterisk from Glassbrook and Ochoa. Did I get that correct, Trustee Buffette?
Correct.
Okay, all those in favor? Passes 5-0. Okay, that was a very long meeting, and I really appreciate everyone sticking with it. I know that was a lot longer than we had set aside, but it doesn't need to be said how important this was to really talk through. I appreciate all of you trustees for the ways that you offered your compelling arguments, the ways that you took into consideration the voice of the community. Creative approaches for trying to figure out what is the right thing to do here in a situation where it feels like there are only, not compelling things to do. So just really appreciate your hard work on this. I know we've been talking about it for what feels like a long time, but because it's just been, I know for all of us, a lot of just heavy on our heart about this really difficult decision. So again, appreciate all of you, your hard work, your commitment, and our staff, our community. So many of you are still on right now. So we just really thank you for your patience and your guidance in helping us with this decision. We removed good of the order, but I do just want to offer that forward if anyone has anything that they would like to say before we adjourn.
I just want to say that I just want to send love to the Bowman community and the Strobridge community. They are both very incredible communities with so much heart and so much fight and spirit. And I just wanted to send lots of love to you guys.
Thank you, Trustee Prada. Yeah. Clerk Buffette.
I just wanted to thank everybody who was part of this conversation. At the last meeting, I admitted that, when I ever speak in public comments or anything like this, I'm terrified. I'm honestly mortified. And it's still something to this day that, I have trouble with. So I want to thank everyone who had the courage to come out and speak their truths. And I know that's not easy, especially when you're dealing with issues like this that you care about so much. But it was important for us to listen. And I think, and I really hope that you realize that this board is different. We are listening to you. We are looking for the best interests of the students, our staff, our parents, our communities. We have an amazing leadership team here at Hayward Unified. And it may be an unpopular thing to come up here and defend people that, can easily be thrown under the bus, but, we are heading in a good direction here. I think people, what you want to really see in the silver linings of things is how hard people fought for their schools. We have created something very special in this community. And for people to really come out and tell us what those stories were, that was very touching. We are going to come back and get to work, look at more creative ideas, what we can do. But what this does, what we did tonight, is buy us a little more time to see what other alternatives there are. And I really think we can find those. And I want to thank everybody, again, all the leadership here, all the board members, all the community. This is something that we came to a compromise and we move forward with. I'm very confident that we are heading in the right direction.
Thank you, Clerk Buffette. Trustee Chaparro.
I just want to say that this is probably uncomfortable ground for some people because we're doing something that most people don't do. We can't lean on some of the knowledge of other people who have made it's difficult to lean on other sources of wisdom that have gone through something similar but haven't gone this route, haven't stopped to slow down to really hear the community, have taken this opportunity or can take this opportunity to restore some of the pain or the distrust that has been done. And so there was a word that I've heard some community members use, courage, a number of times. This is a courageous route. This is a way that if we all feel a little uncomfortable, then maybe we're on the right path because we're all on even ground. So I'm really encouraged to see where this goes and what we come up with together.
Trustee Rowden.
Thank you. I concur with pretty much everything that you all have said so far. And even when I wouldn't have it any other way than working with this board and being able to, I'm so grateful for you and for your contributions. And, even when I don't get my own way, I'm fine. And I am totally willing to compromise. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad that we've brought that back on for that little bit of closure at the end. Oh, yes,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to once again appreciate a couple of folks. I want to appreciate the student board for showing up to this special meeting and participating in that. I also want to show appreciation toward the translation team and the new players on the team and the support that Ms. Quesada is providing to them. I know that you don't see them, but they're speaking every single word that unfolds in this meeting. And so I just want to acknowledge that effort and appreciate them. So thank you.
Thank you, Jenna, and to the board. I mean, this was, a late conversation, but I do, as you all just said, I really appreciate that these weighty decisions are approached with thought and deliberation and not just rushed, because, and I want to appreciate, everybody who worked hard on bringing forward the initial proposal. And again, it was, do our best effort to meet the community needs. And now we have a path forward to continue to try to do that in thoughtful and creative ways.
Calvin, Julian, any final thoughts?
Yes, I just wanted to say that I wanted to really thank the board for having this lengthy but difficult conversation regarding that. Over the course of these few hours, I saw that this was an extremely, extremely difficult conversation to have, with a lot of variables in play, a lot of stakeholders and constituency in play, and for the board to really make compromise and to really come up with a decision that included the voices of all. We are moving forward in a path of progression that really helps to create a more equitable community.
I don't know if I see Julian. Okay. Oh, there you are, Julian. Julian, did you want to add anything before we sign off?
No, I totally agree with Mr. Yang. I do. Us taking, the measures that we did tonight. Talking about, like Mr. Yang said, all these different variables, and listening to the community, and really just taking it all in it's great. I think that we're going in the right direction and taking the correct steps, and I'm all for it.
Okay, thank you. All right, everyone, thank you again. 11 o'clock, and we will adjourn this meeting. Good night.